He is also mentoring few startups. His contribution in industry, research, and teaching is immeasurable. We are honored to have you with us today, sir. Now the session is yours.
Thank you very much, Dr. Prasanna Devi. Only one correction which I would like to ask. I completed my master's from VIT, not from LML Institute of Technology. Okay, so there's only one correction which I wanted to share. So indeed, it is a pleasure to be part of this AICT sponsored FTP. And first, I would like to thank the organizers, Muthulakshmi ma'am and Prasanna Devi, and of course Dr. Porkumaran, the principal of NGP. And it is really a wonderful opportunity, and I look forward to have more interaction on this rather than going with only a conventional mode of one way of talking. So let's have some kind of discussion. And this is one area where I have been working for quite a longer time. I have been discussing with many of the students, many of the faculty members, and also the people from the corporates. I also do executive coaching and also do organizational development coaching. So it is part of my profession apart from my regular teaching and research. So today's session, I know when the AICT, when the NGP came up with the AICT sponsored on work ethics and everything, no, I thought, okay, why not we should provide something on coaching. So most of the colleges in India have got only one thing, that is called mentors. Every faculty will be assigned with mentors, right? So is this very effective as of now? To be honest, even in my department also it is not very effective initially what it was thought, and still it is going as a custom, that's all. Not much of effect we are getting out of it. This is one thing which I wanted to share with you. And the second thing which I wanted to share you is after the emergence of technology, the 4G, and people started learning everything from their home, and there is no need for them to come to college. And subsequently, what will happen? Many of the colleges will be closing shortly, and many colleges already closed, and many of the colleges are going to get closed, and it is going to be common not only in India, even countries like US and UK. Many of the colleges and universities, they closed because of the expenses incurring to provide a quality education. So many of them are going for college education. So now, why do we need a college education? This one thing I would ask you. And provided with the pandemic, and many of you started using technology, online learning, everything has come. So how are we going to manage? Are we going to get employed, or are we going to get student? Exactly, we are going to get employed, and we are going to get student. And in fact, the requirement for college is more now than the previous one. So what for? That is the key which I wanted to share with you now today. So this is about me with some of my students. So the life coaching for college student. So why do we need a college really now, right? So this is one thing as the question coming up now. And after the emergence of a new educational policy and bringing a lot of entrance examination, we do not know whether the students will be coming to the college to pursue their higher education or not. But now there is an important answer. Of course, I am very much agree with this guy, Simon Sinek. Is a wonderful person. He is a motivational talker, and he is also a author, and he has written a lot of other books. So I will share his video now. why we need college. Okay, so just hold on a minute. Could you see that?
From people who've done extreme. I know there's a whole movement
Could you see it?
Yes, sir. It's
against
visible,
college.
sir.
And one of the reasons there's a movement against college comes from people who've done extremely well, either while they were in college and dropped out, Mark Zuckerberg, or had good fortune and didn't need the college. And so they stand up and say, you don't need college, I didn't need college. Well, that's true. Some people don't need it, but there's more to college than simply the subjects that we learn. Do we need the subjects in college? Not really. Most of the stuff we'll study in college, we won't need in our future, and it won't help us be successful. But we're learning more than that in school. We're learning how to interact with other people. For many of us, it's the first time we left home. We're learning to fend for ourselves, do our own laundry, get a job, provide for ourselves, budget our money. That's a new one. For many people, they're living in dorms. They're learning to interact. They're learning independence. They're learning self-reliance. It's also the first time in a classroom where your professors will expect you to disagree. In high school, largely you do as you're told, you take the test and that's it. In college, it's about discussion and it's about disagreement, and sometimes there are no right answers. So one of the things you'll learn is how to disagree, how to form an argument. There is so much more that you learn in college that will help you in the rest of your life that have nothing to do with the subjects that you're going to learn. In other words, choose your classes based on the quality of your professors, not based on how easy the classes are, or sometimes even just what the subject is. Yes, college still has value in our lives.
Right. What is your thought about that? Can anyone turn on your mic? If you can share some of your thought, that would be great. Now let us make it more interactive today. Can anyone, starting from the coordinator, Dr. Muthulakshmi ma'am? So it is not your conventional class, but I would like to make it more interactive than the conventional mode of teaching in the classroom. So anybody? Prasanna ma'am?
So from my point of view, the point discussed is right, sir. It is course easier that the faculty are very good and they are experienced. They will handle the session. We can take any difficult subject and we can learn. So the work of a teacher is to make a subject easy to learn. So this is my point of view. So that only I'm following in my career.
Okay. Any views on this?
Sir, good morning, sir. Manjula here. Sir, college could give exposure, sir. That's most valid.
Perfect. Perfect. Perfect.
Thank you, sir.
Any other views?
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
So college, it will going to give the learning environment. So they will going to learn content beyond. So what one they will going to learn through the and through the materials.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
That's good. Thank you. Thank you. So before I get into this business, I would like to tell you one thing. There are plenty of good teachers out there. If you ask them, after a few years later, only few alumni turns up to your college, and they come to the college to meet particularly one particular faculty or two faculty members. Do you know the reason? Is this because they taught very well to them? Naturally, this is not the reason, right? So the reason is they had given something much better than the course, whatever they taught. Yes, teaching is very, very essential, there is no doubt. But as Simon Sinek told, whatever we study in our college is not going to help us anyway to become a very successful person, to become an entrepreneur or work in industry or something. Perhaps Whatever we teach in the classroom is only to make them form a simple sentences using alphabets. In the school, they learn alphabets. In the college level, in the higher education level, they may able to learn to write a simple sentences. Only after they go back to the industry, they will start writing the paragraphs and essays, right? So this is only the students' ability to develop everything on their own, right? So why these alumni come and meet only the particular faculty members, despite the fact that many other faculty members who are also currently serving in the same institution, the students may not go and meet them, or they may go only, spend only few minutes and they just go away. The reason is, they had always provided some value addition to the students. They have impacted their life. It is not only a motivation. Yes, 10 years back, yes, motivation is one of the key ingredient, but now motivation is essential, there is no doubt. But apart from motivation, mentoring and coaching is very, very essential. Now, the mentor cannot be a coach. Mentor, what he does, he only advises, he only takes care of the students. But coaching is something different. In the mentoring, the mentor will influence the student. In case of coaching, we will not be influencing the student. Of course, we will be influencing the student to an extent, but we will not be providing any solutions to the students, but we will make them to solve their own problem. We will make them to identify their own problem. So this is the key difference between mentor and the coach, right? So the coaching is very, very essential in the time of pandemic and other thing, because many of the students, you have been seeing, they could not pay the tuition fees, and they would have affected with the COVID. Their parents would have affected. They could not go and sitting 24/7 at home and watching the screen, and they are already under tremendous pressure and stress. So this is the time where the faculty's role is going to be huge. Of course, now teaching is one part which you have to teach. There is no doubt, because it is a regulation given by the university, UGC, AICT, all these things we have to meet. There is no doubt. But apart from that, each faculty will be having, say, about 20 odd student as a mentees. So only thing, you have to take care of them, and how to build them, how to make them build. Not you are going to help them build. We are nowhere. No, it is the responsibility of the students to build their own career. So here the coaching plays a vital role. So why we need coaching? Just I will give a few statistics. Do you know this fellow? Anybody? Anyone can open and tell? Anybody? How many of you see football? Nobody? Shivaprakash sir? Anyone? Okay. So is Pep Guardiola, he was the coach and the manager of a famous football club called FC Barcelona. The FC Barcelona has got players like, I think you might be knowing him, Lionel Messi, and this guy, Suarez. These are all bigger names. This is the club where Diego Maradona played, and they were one of the best club in the world. And this fellow Pep Guardiola was heading the club as a coach. He held the position only for 4 seasons. It means that nearly 4 years. So during the 4 years, what is his statistics? Just I will show you. Tenure 2008 to 2012. He won 14 titles for Barcelona, and in which 3 league title and 2 Champions League title. Champions League is normally held for all the clubs across Europe. So during his period, 2 times he won Champions League and 1 time is runner-up. And other cups he have won. So totally 14 titles during his period. So after he left 2012 from Barcelona, and still, please remember this big name like Messi, Suarez, Griezmann, everybody, the big players are still there as part of the team. But still, what is the statistics? You know, the tenure 2013 to 2020, nearly 7 seasons, and they have changed 8 coaches, and they could able to win only one championship in 2014. Of course, the local Spanish Super Cup they won. That's not a bigger deal. They could not even compete with Champions League, where the giants from all over Europe are playing. This is one of the biggest achievement impact of the coach. Now, the coach left the club in 2012, and 2013 he went to Bayern Munich, and he served for 3 years. You please remember, all 3 years he won the Champions League. That is the track record why the coach is very, very important, and the quality of coach matters a lot. And again, after Bayern Munich, this fellow went to Manchester City, the English club, English Premier League club, and again they are also performing wonderfully. The first year he was having a problem with the language and other thing, so he had a problem in England, but still they finished in top 10. And the subsequent years they won the cups. This is what the role of coach. Despite the big names, the big players, extraordinary players like Messi, Neymar, and Suarez, everybody was part of Barcelona, but they could not achieve, right? So this is the very simple thing. What is the role of the faculty and the mentor and the teacher? So teacher can be a mentor and a coach, but what happens, as a faculty, we always tend to talk more rather than we make the students to listen more. We make the students to listen more. So this is one of the important things which we have to understand. So the coaching is the only option in front of you to create impact on the lives of the student. So you may ask question, so what I'm going to get out of it? If you want to be in the business of teaching, yes, you have to do something additional, and you have to be a best teacher, and you have to be a great teacher. Not a best teacher, you have to be a great teacher. Great teacher can be made only by doing some additional work than conventional teaching of regular courses, right? So this is one of the important thing which all of us have to follow. And before I get into the cycle of coaching, first I would like to introduce the circle of personal perspective, or we call it as life circle. So here you have, say, about the circle has been split into 6 groups, right? This is going to be common for everybody, anybody. Now, maybe the terms maybe you can change, but apart from that, all are going to be same. Say, for example, starting from professional, financial, wellness, spiritual, emotional, and relationship. Please remember, professional, as a teacher, as a student, what is your professional? That is more important for you. If you are creating this circle, and if you wanted to achieve something, if your professional is not good, if your work is not good, so how do you make your work, your profession better? Now, how can the coach help to get a better employment, or how can the coach help the person to improve their professional life experience? This is most important aspect here. Similarly, financial, as a faculty member, we are highly illiterate, in finance. Until I met my student in 2014, that fellow, who came, and he was my student. I earned a lot of money in England, and I came back, and I tried so many business ventures, and almost all of them I failed. But still, I was putting my money in the business and other thing. But still, I could not balance my finance. Only I had debts. So that fellow came and he spitted on my face, literally. Naturally, he didn't do that, but the word and the way he did, it was like spitting on my face. Are you mad, guy, or something? He was asking. This is very, very important. You have to plan your finance. Are you thought about your children's education? Are you thought about you are working in a private institution, and you will not get any pension after your retirement? Have you planned for anything? If anything happens in the middle, what is going to happen to your family? All these things you were asking. No, I was really shocked. No, I thought, okay, let me go and experiment with business. But most of the time, I could not do that. Right. So after getting a consultancy from them, I started properly planning how to spend money. The same time, I should not lose my pleasure of enjoying with my family and my kids and my friends. That is more important. At the same time, wellness, the spiritual, emotional, and relationship. Now, this is one of the important aspect which I wanted to share with you. Everything can be grouped into these six. Of course, there are two things which I have not included here. One is a time, right? The next one is a celebration. These two are very essential. Say, for example, uh, you may be having, say, okay, I want to be a big professor, having a grant of 2 crores or 5 crores or something. Now you may be thinking, right? So when do you want to have that? Duration has to be clearly mentioned. That duration has to be clearly mentioned within this month, next year, 2 years, 5 years. No, clearly define it. So the time which I have not mentioned here, that is one aspect. And the second, the celebration. No, you have achieved something and celebrate it. That is more important. And please remember, this is the content which I am sharing with you. Some of you or many of you may be familiar with all these things. This is a knowledge sharing session, and I am also your colleague working in other institution. So don't take it other way. This is not advice or something. This is how I do business with my clients and my industries wherever I work. No, I does all these things with my clients. No, the life coaching clients, right? So this is very essential for you. Many of you may not be knowing all this jargons and other things. So I'm sharing, and if you have any doubts, please interrupt me at any time and start interacting with me. I'm very much happy to do that. So as a quick note, I would like to ask you to come up with this circle. Can you come up with a rating 1 to 10? Say 10 being the fully satisfied. For example, if you think professional, 10 being the fully satisfied condition, 1 being the not satisfied, completely not satisfied condition, and anywhere between. Now, can you rate these 6 circles and what you want to do out of it? I will give you 5 minutes time for you. If you can able to share something, that would be great for me. I will give you 5 minutes. Can you write down all these 6 categories, starting from professional, wellness, emotional, and financial, and then you have other content like relationship, spiritual. All these things are very much essential for one's life to have a balanced content. So that is the reason I am asking. If you can spend some time and writing down, rate down what is your value on each and every one. So take 5 minutes and then come back to we will go to the next session, right? Next level. So if you have any doubts, you can ask me now, anytime. Ma'am, do you have a breakout room? Do you know how to do breakout room in Google Meet? No, I can also group the people. We have 74.
Sir?
Do you have a breakout room?
Sir, I don't think so, sir. We've not tried it still.
Okay. Okay.
So I don't think so whether you have breakout room in Google Meet.
Yeah, we do have a breakout room. We can also have breakout room in Google Meet as well. That's fine, no issues. But have you identified the content, whatever I shared now? Can you rate from 1 to 10 in all six categories?
Myself, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Just share it.
Sir, actually I'm typing in the chat box. Shall I do it over there or I'll just say like that?
Yeah, just say like that, ma'am. That's fine. You can also share it in the chat box. That is fine. But
Sir, professional is actually 8,
okay.
financial 8,
Oh, fantastic.
spiritual 7,
Uh-huh.
wellness 8 again,
Mm-hmm.
relationship is 8. Again, last one I was not able to recollect, sir. Sorry.
That's fine. That's fine. No issues. Okay. So anybody who would like to share something? Professional 10, Arun Joshi, professional 10, financial 8, wellness 8, spiritual 7, emotional relationship 9, and Ilwellen 8, 6, okay, 7, 3, spiritual 3, emotional 8, relationship 4. Anybody would like to ask? Anybody would like to share? Right. As a human being, we cannot have a satisfaction in all the part of circle of life. Now, naturally, if you have more than 8 in all, you are a balanced person. I would say you are a great person, and you can be only a saint, and you are a well balanced person. Now, naturally, people will not have such kind of problems. If in all the 6 quadrants will not be balanced, right? So naturally, what we can do is, we can list it down. Okay, where you have less than 8 or less than 7, can you write down what is your priority? If you say I am satisfied with my professional, that where you can find the full stop in your career. Say for example, your professional is 8 or 9, it means that you have nothing to do and you're satisfied and you may not grow. And my question is, have you celebrated your achievement in the professional? Have you celebrated your achievement in the relationship? No, this is my question. So always, as a human being, we may not have 9 or 10 in any of the circle, right? So we always have, say, about 6 to 8 is always a better score in each and every circle, every quadrant. But still, those who have less than 7, they have always scope for improving their life. So this is where, most of the students, if you ask, they will be coming like that. They may say, I'm happy with everything. I don't have any problem. The problem is they are surviving because of their parents' money, not because of their own money, right? So this is where the college student requires support, and we have to make them understand. Now, if you put them, such kind of questionnaires to the students, automatically they come up with many things. I could able to see many faculty members writing something, wellness 2, financial 3, spiritual 4. No, these are all the things where you have to sit and write down your targets, what you wanted to do. Now, which I told you, right? One is time bound, the second one is celebration. Now, have something better here. So now, can you able to spend some time in writing based on your priority? Now, starting from the lowest scoring quadrant. Now, it can be a relationship, it can be a finance, or it can be a spiritual. If you say finance, in next 5 years I have to accumulate 1 crore rupees legitimately, right? So without legally, how do I do it? There are ways to improve your bank balance, right? If I wanted to buy a house in next 2 years, 3 years, what is the process I have to do? No, this is called financial commitment and financial freedom, which we are going to have it. So if you have something, write the priority, and let us go for the next step in the subsequent slides. Okay? So I will give you another 6 minutes. Just write down, here, why I am emphasizing is, please take a paper and pen, write it down on your own in the piece of paper. That is more essential. That will make you to remember everything without forgetting anything, right? So please write it down. Please write it down, and of course, you can also share it in the chat box. I will be happy to do that. Okay. So, but this is very, very essential for you to write on your own. On your own. Now, just I will give you 6 minutes exactly. Now, time is 10:35. 10:41, we'll start it. Write down and share it. Now, what is your improvement? How do you want to improve in your career, or in your finance, or in your health, or spiritual, or anything? There's a question. Breakout room is nothing but creating a group discussion room where other participant will not be coming. Only one group of people, say 5 or 6 people, will be sitting there and they will be discussing. Now it should be done with the group actually, right? So this is called the goal setting or something. You have to sit with other faculty members. Those may be not familiar to you. This is a wonderful opportunity to have such kind of discussion, and you can start writing your goals, and you may start writing with your priority. So if you are writing the priority, professional, what you want to achieve in next 1 year, 1 month, 5 years, 2 years, whatever you want. So there will be some techniques which I will be telling you throughout the session. I want you to do on your own. Once you are comfortable with this, you can easily able to transfer these skills to your students, and you can experiment with your student. I think that will help you in a greater extent. That is the reason I want you to do something on your own during this session. So please open up. Please feel free to turn on your mic and share your views. Yes, sir. Arun Joshi has raised hand. Do you want to ask anything?
Good morning, sir.
Yes, Arun Joshi.
Okay, sir. Actually, I gave this rating on the basis of my expectations or priority. Okay.
Okay.
So for example, I gave like 10 for professional because as a faculty, I really wanted to become the best, like a teacher to these students. So that's why I gave the first priority as 10. It doesn't mean that I'm 100% perfect in as a faculty.
Okay.
Just my expectations. Similarly, the next priority I give like a 9 to relationship because I want to build a very good relationship with my faculties and my management. Similarly, my dear students. So in that particular way, I just rate this.
Okay. Okay. Go ahead.
So is that what you exactly expecting?
No. For example, relationship in the sense, now, after the nuclear families started emerging in India, there are a lot of issues with their spouses, and they are having a lot of divorces in our country. Previously, 10-15 years back, we did not have such kind of problem, despite the fact that many of them are not liking each other, but still they continue to go with the same family. But now people are splitting apart, and they are going and they are having a lot of other issues. Similarly, they may be having some problem with their colleagues, Now, there are some faculties which I know that they always have problem with their faculty members wherever they go. I know these are all common problems. How do you want to improve your relationship? If you feel you are lagging on something, you can rate it. Okay, this is what I wanted to improve. Now, I wanted to improve my relationship or intimacy with my wife in a better way. How do I improve it? See, this is more important. If you are not spending time with your family, how do I spend time with my family? Right? So if you want to become a good teacher, or a great teacher, how do I improve my teaching skills? That is one point. And the second point is, apart from teaching skill, that is what I have been emphasizing. Apart from teaching the course, what you are going to make yourself distinct, one, why you want to do something like that. Now, first question you have to ask is, whenever you start any work, you start with the question why do you want to start that? Why do you want to do that? Once you know why do you want to do that, that is called the fundamentals of your life. Now, without compromising on anything. Say, for example, I would like to quote an example here. Everybody knows about the Tata. Tata is, previously it was headed by Ratan Tata. Tata Group has got a wonderful values. Wonderful values. They never cheat people, at least on papers. This is honestly, they don't cheat anybody. But when Ratan Tata retired, they promoted one of his family member or relative, Mystery, as the CEO of Tata Group. Within 6 months, uh, Mystery started doing something weird, which is not coming under the why of Tata Group. Now, Tata Group has got a rigid voice. No, they do not go beyond, or they do not violate regulations. They do not go unethically. Now, when Mystery came in, they had a problem, right? So they had a problem, and immediately Ratan Tata and team fired him. It costed huge amount of money to Tata Group. Despite all these things, despite all these things, they removed Mystery from the CEO post, and they appointed somebody from Tamil Nadu as a CEO of Tata Group. Now, this is called why. If you want to become a best teacher, why do you want to be a best teacher? Right? Similarly, if you want to improve your relationship, why do you want to improve the relationship with somebody? It can be with your HOD, it can be with your student, or it can be with your wife or parents. Many of the now I could able to see the brothers, siblings are fighting for the property or something. If you want to improve the relationship, what do you want to do? This is what I want to do. Now, you have written all these things. Now the time has come. So you have written each and every quadrant, all 6 quadrant you have written. Okay, this is what I wanted to do. I wanted to be a professor in next 2 years. Now, if you wanted to be a professor, this is your goal to be achieved in next 2 or 3 years. So how do I strategize it, and how do I prioritize it? So these are all the things which we are going to do it. So now the most important aspect is here. This is one of the important thing called SMART. SMART, I don't know how many of you are familiar with SMART, the word SMART. SMART is called specific, S for specific, M for measurable, A for attainable, R for realistic, and T for time bound. These 5 are very, very essential when you are setting a goal. Say, for example, this is called the strategy you can follow in setting up your goal. Say, specific in the sense, for example, some of you may want to be a full professor, right? The full professor is specific. Okay, maybe you can ask why you want to become a full professor. That is a different case. But as part of your professional goals or professional achievement, if you feel, if you want to become a professor, you will be satisfied, then the full professor, being a full professor, becoming a full professor is a specific goal, right? So you have to measure it. Now, this is similar to your outcome-based education, right? So what is going to measure? How are you going to measure a professor, right? Professor of NGP Institute of Technology, or professor of Ph.D. Institute of Technology, or professor of IIT, or professor of Harvard University. No, this is called measurable, right? So you have to be very clear where you want to put yourself, right? So if I become a professor of NGP, I'm done. If I become a professor of Harvard, until then I have to work more and more to become a professor of Harvard University. And before that, I have to think whether my target is achievable or attainable, right? So sitting at Coimbatore and working in a small self-financing college, uh, I may not able to achieve or attain a Harvard professorship in next 5 years. That is not possible. Of course, it is possible if you migrate elsewhere, right? That is more important, whether it is attainable or not. If it is attainable in 5 years, that is fine. It is not attainable, then you have to rework your goal, and then it should be a realistic. Say, for example, you may be thinking, okay, I don't have a PhD degree and I want to become a professor of any college. No, it is not at all possible. It is not at all realistic, right? So it is very, very essential for you. So if you want to become a professor, you have to have a doctorate degree. So doctorate degree, attainable. Attainable, from there, you can go for measurable professorship, starting from NGP and then slowly going to PhD and IIT and Harvard, right? This is the case. No, it should be a specific, and then time bound. Here, in the life of the circle of life, which I missed 2 points. One is a celebration, another one is time. Now, time is very, very important. That is very, very important. If you want to become a Harvard University professor in another 20 years, it is possible. But if you say in 5 years, if you want to become an Harvard University full professor, it is not at all possible. So anything, it should be a time bomb. Now, say for example, if you want to build a house and being a assistant professor working in a self-financing college, right? So you want to build a house, at 3 cents a place. Now, how do you develop? You need money for that. No, at least if you want to go and avail a bank loan for your housing, still you need to pay for registration, you need to pay for the down payment, everything you have to pay. Say if you want to buy a house in Coimbatore, it costs you somewhere around 30 to 50 lakhs, depending on the size of the house which you are buying. A small house, right? So 30 lakhs, you may get say about 25 lakhs bank loan, but remaining 5 lakhs you have to pay, and you have to take care of your registration amount and everything. So you need at least 35 lakhs. Do you have 35 lakhs in your hand? You may not, but you can easily able to accumulate 4 or 5 lakhs immediately in next 1 or 2 years. So this is possible, right? So this should be very, very essential for us, right? So right now I have told you all these things in a goal setting and how to set the goal. No, unnecessarily you cannot share, or unnecessarily you cannot have unrealistic goals, right? So this is a simple task which I asked, and you would have done it, and maybe you can also apply the same task in your with your students, right? So before you start coaching, you have to think of few things. Now, this is the coaching principles. Now, I am going to tell you 6 coaching principles. The first one, you should have complete commitment to support the individual. Say for example, you have 20 students under your mentorship. Now you have to provide a complete commitment. You have to know each and everything about the student. And even if someone asks you during your sleep, you should be able to tell, okay, this guy has got such problems, so what can I do for that? So such kind of commitment you should be able to show. And that is principle number 1. And the principle number 2, coaching from non-judgmental. You cannot have any prejudice, or when you have a conversation with a student, you can naturally develop, okay, this guy is only like this. Now, if you start branding a student like this, automatically your coaching will fail. So a coach should not have any judgment on a particular person, because you are going to help them or support them to achieve their problem. Now, if a person who is having a problem like addiction, then you may not able to involve here, and you have to recommend to somebody else, right? And please remember the third principle: the student is responsible for the result, whatever they generate. Now, the first point, as a coach, as a teacher, you should have 100% commitment. And the third one, whatever the result the student or your client is going to reap, that is going to be their responsibility. If they are not commitment, as a faculty, I'm telling you, you have to be committed. That is fine. But on the same time, if the student is not committed to your promise, his promise, then the failure and the success all belongs to him. It is not belongs to you, right? So this is the third important thing. And fourth one, the student, not only the student, anyone is capable of much better result than what they have now. No, you can have, say for example, starting from you, as a faculty member, you are in a college as a professor or assistant professor. As of now, whatever you have attained as a result of your too many years of education and work experience, you are in one particular position. But naturally, you are capable of having even better position, right? So that is more important thing here. So the fourth principle is, you certainly believe that the students are capable of doing whatever they are doing now. Now that is what Pep Guardiola is impacting on Messi. Messi is a wonderful player, but only under Pep Guardiola, Messi, made magic. When Pep Guardiola left, Messi could not, make such kind of, magic. This is more important here. And focus on what student thinks and experiences. We cannot know just the people, the students of this age, they are always with their mobile phone. Even my daughter, small daughter, she's in the fifth grade. I had no other opportunity. I have to leave with my mobile phone to her to learn. And now the amount of time, screen time they are having is much higher, and we do not know what they are thinking. Yesterday I was talking to one of my colleague. His son is in the third grade. He was complaining his father that, no, I don't like to stay in this house. Third grade student, he is telling, hardly 7 years old kid is telling, I don't like to stay in this house, because what is happening? Too much pampering and too much of pressure from the parents. They want to make their son as a best children, and that is how he was also telling. The same thing happens. You could have also experienced. You could have also told your parents. This is a common thing which always we face, right? So the students are capable of much better results than they have, and we have to understand what they think and whatever experience they undergo. This is called, we need to have empathy, not sympathy. No, we have to think from their shoes rather than think from our shoes, right? So the principle number 5 is, we have to think from their point of view what they are having. They have a lot of breakups, a lot of, they may not interact with the people. As Simon Sinek told, why do we need to come to college? Not to interact with people, to make a friendship. This is very essential for everybody. This is more important, because more and more people are work from home, and now the problem, socio-economical problem will certainly arise, and that will unbalance the society. That will create a hell lot of problem. That is why, as a teacher, our role is very essential and very high, where we have to properly coach the people, right? So, and the principle number 6, as I already told, a student or a client can generate their own perfect solution. In case, if you serve as a mentor, what happens? As a mentor, we tell the solution to the students, and that solution will not be the perfect solution for their problem. But what we have to do is, we have to make the students to find out their best solution for their own problem. And the same thing applies not only for the student, even for you. Of course, we can go and get some mentorship from outside people, there is no doubt. But the solution has to be found out by you, by the student. So you have to enable them, you have to ask questions in such a way that they will be deriving their own solution for the problem what they are having. Right. So this is the 6 key principles of life coaching. Right. So any doubts so far? No response.
No, no, sir. Now continue, sir.
Okay. So uh, so now time is 10:55, and I will give a break by 11:15 or 11 o'clock.
So 11 o'clock. Okay, sir. Then we'll resume after 10 minutes.
Okay.
Okay,
Right.
sir.
So this is one thing which I wanted to show you. I am afraid that I could able to cover all 6 quadrant of the circle of life. So I would try to cover these 3 uh, uh, traits of the circle of life. Now, the assertiveness is nothing but it can work for anyone, but assertiveness is mainly meant for professional development. And the second one is emotional intelligence and the time management. These 3 are very, very essential for anyone to achieve something. So, so what is meant by assertiveness, and how do we improve it, and what is meant by emotional intelligence, and what are all the advantages of being emotionally balanced person, and how do we maintain or manage our time better so that we can be a tycoon, right? So we can be a tycoon. So this is what the next session is going to be about, next 1.5 hours. I don't have too many slides with me, I have only 35 slides, and if you have any doubts you can ask me anytime. So as the time comes, can I break it now or can I go ahead?
So now we'll take the break. So then we'll continue, sir.
Okay. So I will have a break now. 10 minutes.
Okay, sir. 10 minutes enough, sir.
Okay, 10 minutes. Perfect. Welcome back. If you want to share or discuss anything now before we start the session, I'm very happy to answer your questions. Can I start? Anyone would like to ask any questions? I'm happy to share some of your thing before we start the session. Any doubt or something else you want to discuss? Yes, I'm very happy. And please remember, I am not an advisor. I am not a preacher. I am a coach. I'm not a guru as well. Ma'am, your audio is not clear, ma'am. Prasanna, ma'am.
So now it is clear?
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
Okay. So now we'll start the session. So because no participants is not asking any doubt or anything, now we can start.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
So, starting from assertiveness, I will go with some quick things. So, the assertiveness can be three categories. Or generally the behavior can be classified into three. One is called aggressive, passive, and assertive. So, what is meant by aggressive? Now, look at here. What the Virat Kohli is doing. This is called aggressive. And sometimes, yes, he is passive, and sometimes he is assertive. Some images, some photos I have taken. So, which is good for us. Now, as everyone knows, Virat Kohli is one of the successful captains of Indian cricket team. Am I correct? Now, is it because of his aggressiveness, or is it because of passiveness or assertiveness? Which is good here? Can anyone tell which is very, very essential for us?
Assertiveness.
Sorry, say again.
Assertiveness.
Assertiveness, okay. And what about aggressiveness and passiveness? So what happens with aggressiveness and passiveness?
It goes.
Say again, sir. Somebody is turning on their mic. Come again.
No, aggressive. It depends upon the situation, sir. I think always aggressive in the sense it may be affect the team, entire team.
Okay.
But at the same time, its passiveness is also not, create any sort of effectiveness to the team. I think so. So I think the best assertive is the best, definitely.
Okay. Assertiveness is the best. And of course, we have one more classification is called the responsiveness. Okay. So that is
Yes, sir.
not important here. So aggressiveness, passiveness, assertiveness, and responsiveness. Now the last two, what I told, assertiveness and responsiveness, always, make you to go up in the ladder. Whereas the aggressiveness and passiveness always pull you down. Now, whatever the position you are, if you are a head of the department and if you want to be an aggressive, then automatically what will happen, you will also lose the reputation, the rapport with your colleagues. It is going to be very, very difficult. Those who are aggressive, yes, it will help you to gain some momentary benefits, right? So if you are very aggressive, maybe maximum of 1 year, you may able to get some result. But subsequently, after 1 year, you cannot get any good results out of it with the behavior of aggressiveness. And passiveness, there is no need to explain. Passiveness, you may not able to get any output, right? You are going to be subtle and you will not be interacting, and you will be goody person, right? So when if you want to become a leader, and if you want to get an employment, if your students want to get an employment, they cannot be aggressive. They cannot be passive in the interviews. They cannot be aggressive in an interview, but they can be assertive and they can be responsive. Now, most of the time, assertive candidates, assertive students, or assertive people will have better lifestyle, will have better career, will have better family life. And responsive people, yes, they are good. There is no doubt, but there is some small trade-off between assertiveness and responsiveness. The responsiveness always comes here, right? So the assertiveness is the top, but aggressiveness and passiveness is really very bad. And people may say aggressiveness, the behavior is inborn and no one can able to teach it, but you inherit. But yes, you inherit to an extent, the behaviors like aggressive, passive, or assertive. You inherit from your parents, your brothers, wherever you brought in. All these will have impact on your when you are developing as a man or a woman. This will be there. But on the other hand, you can be trained to become an assertive. This is very essential, right? So I will limit myself only to aggressive, passive, and assertive. Okay. So aggression, what happens here when you are aggressive? What happens? You want to be the number one. I told you the case study of a 7-year-old boy. He doesn't want to stay with their parents. Just imagine 7-year-old boy is telling, "I don't like this house." Can you able to imagine? No, it is not possible. What happens? This is because of the aggressive nature of the parents. Their parents is thinking that my son to be the first in education, first in sports, first in outdoor activity, first in exceptional activity, all these things. They are too ambitious, overly competitive. That is not possible. When you are overly competitive, and it is not going to happen. And when you are loud, naturally as a teachers, we used to have a very loud voice. Sometimes that is not help us. Sometimes that will not help us. But always try to speak a little smoother, so that you will get better outcome. So the being loud when you want to be aggression, that is what the first image I showed. Kohli is a very aggressive captain, and he is very loud as well. And now you can see his fall is coming now belittling others. When he started branding with people and being offensive, what happens? He did not build a competent team, right? So this is one of the biggest issue here. And being judgmental or critical, he is very much judgmental and critical about each and every player. That is what happened with the signing. And when every media and everybody was criticizing, this is the alternate person to be played in this the third match, they replaced it. Otherwise he could have continued with the person, because he is very judgmental, that he was very confident this fellow is good. And the same thing happened with the last IPL, when everybody was criticizing Dhoni was not very happy about that, and he was not even considered. He was very judgmental that all the senior players will be okay, right? Initially he was aggressive, but he is not a complete aggressive person. He has a blend of aggression as well as assertiveness. But Virat Kohli do not have such kind of assertiveness. Now that is the reason he could not build a wonderful team. Whereas Ganguly had a wonderful aggression and assertiveness, and he is more of assertiveness. That is the reason MS Dhoni could able to reap the World Cup win and the T20 World Cup win. He was, Ganguly developed a wonderful youngster during his period, and Dhoni was given with a wonderful bunch of students, and he could able to lead without having much problem. And we say he is a very cool and passive person. No, he is somewhat assertive, and he is judgmental, but he never showed aggression in any way. That is the reason, still, despite his record and failure in the last IPL, still we love Dhoni. Although Ganguly developed everything, but still we love Dhoni because he never showed aggression. Whereas Ganguly showed aggression, Kohli showed aggression. So this is one of the very important, and the people tends to be violent and abusive. So what is the common word these people use? The keywords. Can anyone tell the keywords? What kind of keywords they use? The aggressive people. Just one or two words. Anyone? You can turn on your mic and tell what is one or two keywords. Yeah, aggressive person, maybe aggressive HOD. You may, as assistant professor, you may tell the aggressive HOD will be using this kind of word. Or my boss is using such kind of word. When I was in other college, I was keep on hearing such kind of words. Can anyone tell one or two words? No, you are faculty members, gentlemen and ladies and gentlemen. It is not a classroom. You can turn on your mic, or you can also type in the comment box.
Stupid.
Yep.
Stupid.
So this is the common word they use, called you had better do it, else you will be fired. Just do it. Do what I say. Please shut up and go out. These are all the common words the people of aggressive nature used to use. And when they start their career as a leader, they cannot be the true leaders. When they start leading a group of people, initially, yes, it works. You had better do that, because you may have the fear, or you may also have the prejudice that this person has got some kind of knowledge, so let me listen to him. This woman has got some kind of knowledge, so let me listen to her. So this is the common word. So whenever they say you had better do it, else you will be fired. So this is the common thing. Even after so many years of experience, this is the common problem these people are having. With the aggressive people. Initially, yes, it worked, but slowly it will not work. So in the sense, we need to have some kind of democracy in the system. Now, if you turn to be a dictator, slowly you will be losing your rapport with your fellow colleague, because they will be waiting for you to fail. Okay, that is what happened with Virat Kohli. Okay, so this is called aggression. And the second one is the passive. Now, the passive people is somewhat always anxious. They will be always under fear. They don't want to have any conflict. They never involve in argument. Argument in the sense healthy arguments. No discussion. They even in the discussion they will not open their mouth. No, they don't take any decision on their own. They will say, okay, let other people take the decision, I will do it. Let others do, I will do it. So whatever, they don't take it. If anything goes wrong, they blame themselves. They use regular sorry, and no, I could have done better, I could have done better. No, they always never be satisfied with their performance or something. And they don't also like compliments. No, after all, being a human being, everybody is striving for such kind of compliments and appreciation, right? No, they don't even take that compliments. Whatever they achieve. That is what I told. In the key trait is, you have to celebrate your achievement. Now, if you don't celebrate your achievement, then it is a problem. Now that is where the passive people will be having. And now they always tell apologizing. Now they don't even bother actually, and they always have low self-esteem. So this is a common problem. You could have seen the lateral entry student. In your classroom, you could have seen lateral entry student. Most of the lateral entry student, they come under passive nature. The reason is they may not able to speak good English, or they may not comprehend mathematics, because the students who would have joined diploma in after 10th standard, they may not comprehend mathematics properly. But they may be good at skills, but they will not involve themselves in engaging with other students. Only very few students will tend to move. This is a common thing which you could have seen it. So if a student is having such kind of characters, now how do you make them perfect? At the end, whether it is KCT or NGP, giving a placement to the lateral entry student is always challenging, because they don't even talk. Even as a teacher, I am going to their class for 3 years, from second year to final year. Even in the final year, they don't even talk. How do they talk to a third person? And most of the time, these lateral entry students go unemployed. The reason is they behave as a very passive people. So what is the keywords they normally use? Any guesses? You could have seen people like that in your institution. You could have seen people like that. You could have experienced such kind of people, your colleagues, your students. Many of them, being in the passive. Any keywords? Yes, sir.
Useless fellow.
Useless fellows. No, that is fine. But how do you identify them? Whether they are passive? Based on their words and based on their action. Based on their body language. Body language, you have to identify. Okay, this is a passive person. No, it does
Their
not.
body language.
Sir, they will say, I don't know.
I don't know. Okay, that's a good answer. Yes. Any other? Any other suggestions? No.
They won't answer for any questions. Simply, they will stand and they will show their body language.
Okay. They will only physically present. That's all. That's what you want to say. Am I correct?
Yes, sir.
So yeah. So these are all the people normally use very few keywords. As I told, as Madam told, I don't know. This is a common thing. Normally the passive people, they don't say I don't know. I don't know is a word. Is normally the aggressive people uses. The passive people, they don't tell anything like that. I don't know is a word normally used by aggressive people, not the passive people. Passive people is sometimes they use, but they will not tell I don't know straight away. So what is their keywords? Look at here. Yes, sir. Good, sir. Sorry, sir. I will correct it, sir. Okay, sir. Now you could have seen such kind of people in your classroom, your colleagues. Many of them, they use these kind of words. Yes, sir, I will do it, sir. Sorry, sir, I missed it, sir. I will do it, sir. Now for no mistake of them, they ask, okay, they seek for pardon, apologize, sorry, sir. I will do it, sir. I will correct it, sir. For the no mistake they did. No, these are all the common words they use. Yes, sir. Good, sir. Okay, sir. Sorry, sir. I will correct it, sir. No, these are all common words the passive people use. So now you have to identify those people, and you have to tell them, or you have to coach them how to become assertive. No, you cannot completely change these people into assertive people, because their place of domicile and from where they came, all these things impacted on their character. So you cannot simply blame them that they are useless. No, they may be having innate talent in them, which we have to identify as a coach, as a teacher, and we have to bring them up, right? So that is more important for us. Now, if somebody is aggressive, we have to tap on their head and then bring them down to the normal level. If someone is subtle, and we have to push them up, so that we will have a balance, right? So these are all the things. It's the responsibility of the teacher to do it, right? So this is a passive. And assertive. So assertive in the sense what? Now, as the English dictionary says, Penguin dictionary says, pushing oneself forward aggressively. That is, you are going to this is what people were telling Dhoni. Whenever there is a problem, he pushes people, aggressively towards. He elevate people. Now, whenever there is a success, he always makes them his players to speak. Whenever the team loses, he goes and talks. Right? This is some kind of assertive nature. So, in what happens in the assertive nature, the people tend to listen to you properly. Okay, and they will be very clear. They will be very articulate. What is needed? No, as a head of the department, as a leader, or as a principal. No, you will be clearly telling, no, this is what I want because of so and so reason. No, if we do all these things, we will be in a better position. No, they will be very clear in articulating their needs as well as their emotions and feelings appropriately. Right? If they are angry, they may not able to show their anger straightforward, but they will show that their anger, right? And most of the time in the arguments, they will always have positive disagreement. Now, even if they are not agreeing with the concept or something that the management is putting forward, they will positively disagree so that they will not get offended, right? And these people are highly trustworthy, and these people always take onus, they always take responsibility on their shoulders, and that is the reason assertive people grow up quickly in the ladder, right? Now, whereas aggressive people, the growth can be rapid, but after that, you can see their fall. Whereas assertive people, you have progressive growth. No, that is what more important. No, this is for any human being. Progressive nature is very, very essential, and the progressive nature will be given to assertive people. So, what are the keywords they use? Any suggestions? What kind of words they will be using? Assertive people. Any one or two?
That's cool.
Okay.
I see.
I see. Is it?
No,
Okay.
because someone tells something, we will not make them discouraged. Just like.
Okay. Okay. That's fantastic. Okay. Then.
That's great.
Okay. Anything? Any other faculty members? Any of the participants? Just think about that. This is at the end you are going to get benefit and you are going to positively impact the students. Say again, sir.
Sir, the sound what you are giving, that is also assertive, sir.
Assertive, is it? Okay.
That's true, sir.
Okay. Any other thing? Right. So I will give you a common words, right? So these are all example words. They always put forward, when they wanted to positively disagree, right? They always tell, sir, I think this is not going to work because of so and so. I think this is going to work because of so and so. I believe, I understand your viewpoint, but I contradict. I really do need these things because of so and so. So these are all the common words you could see from the assertive people. Now, if you could have experienced good leaders, they always use such kind of words when they are in meeting, and when they articulate something to their fellow colleagues, they tend to use these kind of words. And whereas aggressive people, if they wanted to contradict something, they may be telling in front of you, sir, this is not correct. This is not correct. Is okay. I understand. This is not going to work. Is fine. But the way how you are putting your words is most important. Now, here is the key. Sir, this is good, sir, but I think this is what going to happen. Can we refine? Now, this is the characteristics of assertive people. Okay, so I will come up with some quick case study for you, a quick example. Let us everyone respond how you are responding to it. Okay, so this is your case study. Consider you are in a restaurant. Everybody is going to in a restaurant with your family. When you order a cup of soup, there is a fly in the soup. No, you have to make a complaint. How do you do it? Can anyone think about that and answer it? Now I will come back. I will come. Which category you belongs to? right? Remember, you are going to restaurant, and in your soup served has got a fly, and you wanted to complain. Now, how do you complain? Just I don't even see your face. Just open up your mouth, and you can talk. It won't be a big problem for you. And even faculty from NGP also, no need to worry. You can start talking.
Hey, there is a fly in this soup. Could you please replace this?
Okay, could you please replace it? Okay, fantastic. And anybody? Any other answer? I do not know who spoke this answer, who gave this answer, but just keep a note on it. I will show you the answer, how it can be. You just match it with you, and I will also come up with something else as well. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Any other answers? How do you complain? If you are comfortable in Tamil, you can also talk in Tamil as well. I don't mind. I think most of you are from Tamil Nadu, so it won't be a big problem for you. Come on. One or two, please.
Sir, I won't take it as a complaint, sir. I'll inform the server who is serving to change the dish.
Okay, okay. Okay, that's good. Cool. So, anybody? Any one answer? That's only one. It's good.
So just I call the waiter and I tell, I don't want to share my soup with fly. Can you make a replacement for that?
Okay, that's fine. Fantastic. So let me go into the answer. What is aggressive people will be doing? So look at here. No, you just match with your behavior or your character, or maybe the instance where you complained, where you raised a complaint on such kind of same instance, right? So aggressive people, I'm not eating this. Come on, bear. Can you? What nonsense you are making it? It's fly in it. Can you change it? Oh, this is a kind of aggressive people, right? So the passive people. No, this will be very interesting for you. Could you able to see it and wait? No. These people will be telling, excuse me, sir, I am really don't complain about all these things, but what to do? There is a fly in it, and sorry to mention, sir, but what to do? There is a fly in the soup. They don't even ask for replacement. Okay, they don't even ask for replacement, right? For no mistake, they will be asking sorry. They will be apologizing. This is not their mistake. Okay. And the assertive people. The assertive people will always tell, excuse me, I have a problem. I have a fly in my soup. Could you mind replacing it? Could you please replace it? Thank you. No, this is called assertive people. So what happens when you say aggressive? When you are aggressive to a bearer, what will happen? Normally, when you are a male, when you are asking this kind of thing, your wife may not be happy. Why you are doing all this nonsense with these people? They are small people. Why are you doing? No, you are losing your rapport with your wife, right? No, you may be thinking that if I aggressively tell that fellow will immediately bring in. But when you are aggressive, that fellow will not bring in immediately, and rather you will be spoiling your reputation with your wife. This and the vice versa, right? and the passive people, again they will be spoiling their rapport. But when you are polite and when you are assertive, see, hi gentlemen, this is a problem, can you replace it, would you mind replacing it? That's all. Now he will be happy to do it if you say thank you, and would you mind it, or would you mind changing this, replacing it? This is called assertive people. That is where those kind of people, get better benefit. When you go to the restaurant next time, the bearer will give you a best service to you. No, please remember, if you are aggressive person, next time the bearer will not come to you, right? So this is a simple case study. No, you match it yourself. Okay, so here one more thing which I wanted to say. After all these things, here we have to think of art of saying no. As a Indians, we have been brought up with one important aspect. What is it? We have to say yes, right? In any situation, we will not say no. What we think, no, if you say no, it will cause severe impact on us. So we will not say no. Even from your father, from your young age, your child will not be permitted to say no. I mean, I will switch over to Tamil. Sonna say matya, say yes or no. No, the child will be very sad, by scolding the child. But we have been always teaching our from childhood that if someone elder is telling, you have to say yes without saying no. Whatever, whether it is good or bad, we always say yes, right? So this is one of the biggest problem. So as a culture, we have been brought like that, and we do not know how to say no. And if you say no, people may be thinking, oh, this fellow is uncaring fellow, he is a selfish fellow, he is a small minded fellow, he is a rude, he's telling no to me, he's such a rude person, right? No, these are all the thing which we'll be getting out of as a person. If someone says, say, for example, assistant professor, when the HOD is assigning a work to assistant professor, if he says no, immediately the HOD will be targeting him, right? And whenever he comes, he will not give any advantage to the assistant professor, because as a Indians, we have been made, if somebody says no, it is called rude, so we will not be respecting them. So, but you have to say no whenever it is needed. But how to say, that is more important. How to say is more important. Say, if your HOD is saying something to do, and you may be held up with something else, how do you say no? Can anyone answer it? In such a way that she has to accept your no without having much problem. Can anyone?
After no, we should have to mention the reason why we say no.
Okay.
In a polite way.
Is this enough to say no?
Through our facial expression, the way we are saying no.
Okay. Is there any other contribution from other participant? How do you say no? No, this is very essential. This is one thing which we have to learn, which we have to teach to the students. This is what the student have to come to the college. When you are providing an opportunity to argue with you, they cannot be blunt in saying something. No, they have to say something. No, if you are assigning some work to the student may be permitted to say no, provided with some condition. What kind of condition? No, that we have to teach them. No, if you are telling like this, no, you may be perceived like that. No, how do we make educate students to say no? And this is also helpful as a faculty member as well. Most of the time what happens, some AICT comes and some Anna University comes, immediately I want result. Where do you get immediately result? With the no time, right? So this is a common problem. Your COI will be asking, I want immediate question paper. How do you generate a question paper? Right? So these are all common problem you will be having. So how do you overcome this? So that is what I'm asking. How do you say no without harming yourself?
We can suggest if it can be done, politely suggest if it can be done in an alternate way. we
How
can
do you say?
give, we can suggest, I mean, we can give them suggestions of how it can be done in your way. I mean, you can give them logic.
I don't get you, ma'am. Can you come again?
Sir, politely, instead of saying a direct no,
Mm-hmm.
we can suggest them alternate ways of doing that thing.
Mm-hmm. So I will ask you one question here.
Yes, sir.
Whatever it is, boss is always boss, whether it is your college or my college or any college or any
Yeah.
organization. Boss is
Yes.
always correct,
Yeah.
right? And if you are suggesting immediately on the face, they will not accept it,
No,
and that
let's
will
not.
harm you. That will harm
Not
you.
immediately. Instead of telling her no, we can always give an alternate ways of working out things, sir.
Okay,
Politely.
all these things you have to think, and this is very very essential. How do you
Yes, sir.
say no? This is very very essential trait which you have to learn, which you have to also imbibe to our students as well. Because we cannot be always good to everybody.
Yeah.
As a leader, if a leader is good for everyone, he cannot be a leader. Leader sometimes, most of the times, he may not be good for everyone. He may be good for few people. Or he may be thinking that the leader is favoritizing some group of people. That is not true, because there are some cases leader has to have some kind of bias. But although theoretically there should not be any bias in a leadership quality, but there will be naturally some kind of bias will come, because they also need to complete some of their tasks. So they will be having some bias, but some or the other you have to convince your boss to say no, and the no will not harm you, right? So this is very very important, right? As a faculty member we have to learn, and as a teacher we have to teach it to the students. Okay, so this is one of the important things, right? And there is one more thing, we always have externalizing the problem. See, whatever we tell, he has done like that, she has done like that, because of that I had this issue, and we never take any responsibility on our shoulder. We try to blame somebody else for our failure. We try to blame somebody else for our mistake. No, this is one of the bad problem which we are having. So, but at the same time, we should not say, for example, if there is a mistake happens, no, we cannot go and blindly, I committed a mistake, sir. No, nobody will accept it, right? So at the same time, because of that fellow, I made a mistake. Because of that fellow, this got failed. Now this is going to hurt you as well as that person, slowly, right? So this is not the right thing, right method of externalizing the blame to somebody else. So why we externalize? So we do not know, no, that is what I told, empathy is very very essential. We have to stand on their shoes and know what is their problem, right? And it is easy for us to find fault from others rather than our own, and we don't we nobody will like, to poke your nose, right, with some fault. Sir, you made a mistake. If somebody says, we will be very angry and we will be highly discomfort, right? So this is one of the important thing which we have to think. And uh, and we tend to listen to people, sir, our pantaring sir, another sir, naturally we would like to go and ask that kind of people, what that person is thinking about me. So can you support me in this case? No, this is where the groupism comes, right? So this is one of the things which we have to eliminate from our character. So externalizing, of course, if it is genuine case, yes, we can, but not all the cases. Externalizing, when you start talking about somebody, externalizing regularly, then automatically you are damaging your reputation with even the person to whom you are complaining. So that is the one case which you have to consider, right? So now I will give you a questionnaire, say 25 questionnaire. I will give you another 10 minutes. Is that okay? Check your behavior. And unfortunately, I cannot uh, oops. I will share it in your chat box. You just uh, calculate what is your score. Okay, I've clearly mentioned there. So one being never, and 5 being always. Just take 10 minutes, 25 questions. Now you check your behavior. In which category you belongs to? Are you an aggressor or a passive person or assertive person? Just check it. I will come up with the results.
Sir, access should be provided.
It's not provided?
No, sir.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I've given. Could you able to see it now? Could you able to access?
Sir. No, sir.
No, not it.
No, sir.
Where is it? Can you do it now? I hope I have given access.
Yes, sir. It's working now.
Just calculate yourself. I will come back with the results. So another 25 questions. It won't take much time. So I will give you another 11:51. So 11:55 or 56. Is that okay? Could you able to fill all? Just type your score in the chat box. So can you type your scores? Could you able to complete it? Just I want to see 1 or 2 scores, not all, if not. Now, you cannot see the score because the Google form does not have the option. So you can see what is the value you are getting on your own. Just calculate it. That's all. Now, we used to give such kind of papers for you to share. No, even in the quiz setting, we cannot actually. The scoring, we have to give the mark, right? I don't know how do you score the mark. How do you score it? It is going to be very difficult. Okay, so my 3 questions, sir. Thank you. And now I will check how it can be done. Thank you. So if not, I will. You can see the score again. So here is your score. So if your score is less, you are a better person. If your score is high, you need to improve a lot, right? So between 76 and 100, if your score is, you are unaware of the value of assertiveness and requires immediate training to avoid unnecessary conflicts and misunderstanding with your colleagues, with your family members, and everyone, right? So you need immediate attention. If it is 76, between 76 and 100, between 51 and 75, you know assertiveness, but you don't react. But most of the time, you will be passive, right? But you need some kind of coaching here. Between 26 and 50, that's a perfect. You are competent, being assertive most areas, and you are also improving every day, provided with some daily interaction, daily motivation, right? And point, no, if you are less than 25, you understand, no, we cannot go beyond less than 25 because minimum score is 25. If it is 25, you understand, reacts and assertively. So there is no need to worry about you. But we are unlikely be in 25 points, so we will be likely to be in between 26 and 50. So many of them, right? So what happens here? We need a little bit extra effort to become assertive, so that our career growth will be faster, right? So this is one of the important thing which I would like to share. Right? Any doubts so far? Anything you want to ask? If you are typing chat box, please let me know, because I put it in the full screen mode. I may not see the chat. Anything you want to ask? I think many of you will be having a doubt on all these things. Many of you having issues. Don't worry about that. I can answer you in private as well. Okay. Okay. Let me move on to the next session if there is no question. So the second important trait of the cycle of life is emotional intelligence. So emotional intelligence has got 4 quadrants. Balancing all these things has got best emotional intelligence. Say, first, understanding the emotion, using the emotion, managing the emotion, and perceiving the emotion. See, ideally what happens here, you have to perceive. Now you have to understand what is their emotion. And when you have an emotion, you have to learn how to manage or how to control. And you should be able to evaluate what is their emotion. No, right? Most of the people, as previously, how the assertive cannot be, some people think cannot be learned. The same way, emotional intelligence also cannot be learned. There are some studies say that, but there are some studies say that emotional intelligence can be learned and implemented, practiced every day. Right, so this is a balance of these 4 quadrants. That is, understanding the emotion, using the emotion, managing the emotion, and perceiving the emotion. Please remember, here nowhere we mentioned managing others. It is to manage yourself. Emotional intelligence is to make yourself ahead. Right? You may ask a question: is it suitable for all type of professions? Right? I'm afraid it will not be common for all type of job. Say, for example, if you're a scientist sitting in the lab, you don't need emotional intelligence. Now, why do you need? But if you're a salesperson, you need a very high emotional intelligence. And if you want to start a business, and if you are mentoring a student for their startup, you need emotional balance, right? Emotional intelligence. Otherwise, the student will not come to you. As a teacher, every day you are meeting the students, right? Where you need very high level of emotional intelligence, right? So here it is not to manage others. No, you have to attract the students to you, so that if you are a short-tempered person, nobody will come to you. Correct? No student will come to you. But you are a balanced person. That is what I told. The student will come and meet only few faculty members, only for the reason they have provided some value addition to them. The value addition comes in the form of emotional intelligence. One form is emotional intelligence. They would have composed and they could have handled the students properly. Right? So this is very, very essential aspect. And they don't manage others. So again, in the 4 quadrant, there are 4 things. One is a self, others is others, and awareness and management. As I told earlier, self, others, and how you are aware, what kind of awareness you have, and how you are managing. So under self, you have awareness and management, and as a individual, you need to think of others as well. Others' emotional awareness, and how you are going to manage their emotions. This is very, very essential for us. And please remember, those who have better emotional intelligence, they have better success rate. 80% of the people will have better success rate. These are all proven scientific data. Okay, so there is no need to worry about. So self-awareness in the sense, emotional self-awareness, accurate self-assessment, and personal power. In case of others awareness, you have to think of empathy. Please remember, I never use the word sympathy in the entire session. Empathy is one word which, as a teacher, we should learn to be empathetic. This is not only a teacher, but teacher has the highest responsibility to be empathetic. Whereas as an individual human being, we should be empathetic. Okay, and service ethic and organizational awareness. If you are working in an organization, you have to know what is the organizational ethics. If somebody, if your boss is always scolding, you need to know, okay, this boss is having some problem, so I have to be very careful. Now, how you are going to manage your emotion with him, and you should also be able to understand his emotion. And similarly, self-management, it comes under emotional self-control, integrity, and this is where when you are balancing the emotion, naturally you will be better innovators. Your creativity will improve, and of course, you may have bias, but you have a resilience. And these people do not have much of stress. Those who could able to manage their emotion, they have better stress managers, and they have better optimization and intentionality. They do something for the benefit of them as well as to the society. So this is what very important. They will always achieve something. What next? What next? What next? No, this is one of the character of a progressive people. Now, when you teach these students, automatically emotional intelligence. Why do they? No, they are going for a stress test. In normally many companies they do conduct a stress test. So, what is the stress test? Now, how do you manage that? Now, this is very important. And relationship with management, managing others, developing others. As a leader, I have to develop my colleagues, my subordinates, and I have to influence them with my positive traits. I cannot have negative traits. If I am go with full of negative trait and with low energy, nobody will accept me, right? So I have to go with better energy. So positively, I will influence them, and I need to have good communication. I need to put everything intact, right? So, and I need to have a good leadership ability. So, what is going to happen? No, I have to be clearly telling what is going to happen if you do all these things, right? And these people will always have better teamwork. Okay, and building a trust is very, very essential here, emotionally. Right? So, emotional intelligence has got 4 branches. One is called perceiving emotion. Right? Perceiving emotion, what is it? Now, we have to perceive others' emotions properly. Now, by seeing their tone of the words, what they use, and by seeing their facial expression, the body language, all will tell what state of mind they are. Based on that, we have to tell. See, your mother will tell you immediately if you are not happy. What happened to you, son? What happened to you, darling? Why you are so sad? No, immediately your mother could able to identify. Whereas your colleague may not be interested in that, right? But that is what I told. You have to be empathetic in understanding. Okay, he's not very good today. I do not know what happened to him, right? And using the emotion, that is more important. So you have to use the emotion properly for your thinking, to promote thinking with other people. So when you show some kind of emotion, you have to learn, okay, when your boss is saying such kind of expression, you have to understand, so I have to come up with a better solution. Such kind of using emotions, by seeing the emotion itself, you can easily able to understand, okay, this work is not satisfied. My boss, my supervisor, Ph.D. supervisor is not satisfied with my work. Now, I will tell you one thing, my supervisor, I worked 4 years with him. Only at the end of my Viva was, he told, well done. No, my Viva was went for 6.5 hours, non-stop. My lunch was served inside my room. In England, we have a scheme called there is no public vivavos. There, the closed room vivavos, your supervisor will not be permitted in. One internal examiner, one external examiner, they will go with line by line, word by word, with your thesis. Normally, it happens for 1.5 hours. Unfortunately or fortunately, it went for 6.5 hours for me. Morning 9 o'clock it started, and evening it completed at 3 o'clock. Only then, my professor came and he told, "Well done, Pasu. This is the only word I heard. By seeing him itself, I could able to understand what is his emotion." He used to be very busy. He always called me. Whenever he comes in the morning to my office, Pasu, I will be coming out for a coffee. You bring your coffee at 10 o'clock. This is what he tells. He lights a cigarette. I go with coffee. Of course, I also smoke during those days. We both smoke outside, and I will show all the results to him. And immediately he tells, this is good or this is bad. You have to do all these things. Such kind of emotions we have. That needs to be clearly identified. You cannot take it other way, right? And by showing his, expressions, emotions, I can go and work on refining my work. That is more important. And understanding the emotion, that is also very much important. Say, for example, your bosses may not be good, or you may be having a fight with your wife or husband in the morning. You will go and scold your student in the classroom, because you have to understand the emotions, right? And similarly, if somebody comes, with if you could have paid a bribe to the police while you come to the office for parking light signal or something for some reason. So all makes everything built up here, and you show everything. I have to understand, okay, something happened, வீட்ல திட்டு வாங்கிட்டு வந்திருக்காண்டா, பொண்டாட்டி சண்டை போட்டு வந்திருக்கான், that is the reason he is scolding like this. This is a common word we used to use in the regular life. So this is called understanding the emotion, and the managing the emotion is very much important. We have to regulate, respond appropriately, right? So all is good, emotion. Don't be, if we manage emotion in a right way, is it good for health, good for our growth? All is fine. But there is a flip side, or the dark side of emotional intelligence. So what is it? So when people hone their emotional skills, they will be training themselves. Emotionally, they will be tackling all these things. What happens? Once they have a complete confidence on their emotional intelligence, they start manipulating others. Right? When you are good at controlling your own emotions, right? When you are good at controlling your own emotions, you have something inside, but you will not show outside, but you will respond in a different way. The most of the cunning people will have such kind of attributes, right? This is dark side of emotional intelligence. And many of the leaders, they have inspiring speech filled with emotion. Anyone can talk inspiring speech, but when it is filled with emotion, audience will less likely to scrutinize your message, but they will be mesmerized. They will be doing whatever you say. This is the study by Dr. Menges by University of Cambridge. This is one thing which you have to learn, right? And most of the leaders, they try to master with the emotion, and they rob our capabilities for reason. If their values are out of step of our own, then the result will be devastating, right? So these are all the common problem of most of the cunning, calculating, and selfish people, right? So we have to be very careful. This is one of the biggest problem of emotional intelligence, darker side, right? And these are all the things which we have to show what is cunning here, right? And why we should manage emotion, and we have to teach them how to be generous. Generous is very, very essential for us, right? So how do we manage, or how do we enhance our emotional intelligence? Someone asked, how do I manage my tolerance? How do I increase my tolerance level? These are all some of the things which we have to manage. This is where emotional intelligence comes in. You name any word, right? Whether it is a tolerance or something else. I think I am exceeding the time. I have time on the 10 minutes. So I do not know I can cover the other session or not, but anyhow, I will complete until emotional intelligence, right? The first thing, as I told earlier, emotional intelligence is to make ourselves aware of our emotion and make ourselves comfortable. No, we have to grow the next level. So what happens? The first thing, we have to deal with our own negative emotion every day, from morning when you wake up to evening you sleep. You have been influenced by a lot of negative emotions. If you wanted to come out of negative emotions, you have to be aware of your emotional intelligence. No, we have to get rid of that. And you have to learn how to stay cool even under pressure. That is the reason still we call MS Dhoni is one of the best captain, and one of the reason we still love them despite his blunders in the last IPL, right? No, we have to be, cool. We have to be cool. And this is one of the important thing which we have to, normally when someone wants to hire the HRs, no, they play with emotions. They play with emotions, right? No, they will somehow make you to be angry. They will somehow make you to burst out. No, this is one of the key trait these people, HR people, do have. No, if you want to become a leader, if you wanted to survive, you have to show the cool even under the pressure. And those who survive, those who be cool, will get a better employment in bigger companies. Say for example Zoho, they have such kind of a pressure interview, stress test. Those who clear it, they will get employment there, right? So this is one of the important. And ability to stay proactive, not reactive, in the face of difficult person. So what is proactive, what is reactive? So your HOD is going to scold, or your HOD is going to do something. So you have to be proactive. You prepare themselves. Okay, today I'm going to meet my supervisor. Today I'm going to meet my HOD. So how I am going to balance, how I am getting prepared myself. That is one of the important things. Do homework and go and meet your HOD or supervisor, so that you will not have much quarrel in between them. You will have better rapport with them, right? So another one, ability to be assertive and express difficult emotion when necessary. So here, ability to assertive, right? You have to be assertive. So assertiveness and emotional intelligence both are intertwined. You cannot release separately. Both are intertwined. A good assertive person could be a good emotionally balanced person. If a person is not emotionally balanced, he may not be assertive. He may be aggressive or passive, right? So you cannot separate it completely, but both are interrelated, right? And you have to learn to say no without having guilty. That is what more important. That is the reason in the assertiveness I told how to say no without having guilty. That he is an elderly person, how do I say no? Then it is needed, yes, you have to say no without having any guilty. So you may think, okay, today session Pasupathy sir told you have to say no without having any guilty. If you say no to your HOD or your boss, you may get fired, and I may not take the responsibility of you, right? So everything is your responsibility, not my responsibility, right? So please use sensibly, and my company will not be responsible for it, okay? So you take care of it, okay? So, and ability to express intimate emotion to close and personal relationship. So most of the people will have a problem with their spouses and girlfriends and boyfriends or husbands. They do not know how to share emotion, how to know how to share the love. So these are all the things which we have to learn and tell. Most of the time, hugging is one of the biggest problem in this country. Even Kamal Hassan produced a movie. Still, it was only a movie. But here we don't have the culture of hugging. But if you go and see Mada Amritanandamayi, she was considered as a god because she greets her devotees by hugging them. Hugging, hugging, makes produce love hormones. Hugging reduces the harming hormones. So please remember, whether your daughter or son or your wife or husband, try to have some kind of affection. That will manage. Have a true emotion. Right? So hug. right? There is a hormone called cortisol. It is a hormone which damages your health, which increases your stress, right? So the cortisol can be subsequently reduced by having a good hug. Now, so this is very, very essential. Have a good hug. If you have a good friend, yes, please go and hug them. And this is very, very essential. If not, at least your son, daughter, wife, or father, mother, something you hug, you will see a tremendous impact in your health. Now, that will reduce your cortisol hormone and increases the love hormone. So automatically what happens, your tolerance level will be increased, and they will also understand, they will also listen to you, right? So this is one of the important aspects of enhancing 5 key emotional intelligence aspects, right? So do we have time, ma'am? It will take another 20 minutes. This is one important aspect which I wanted to ask.
Yes, sir. Continue, sir. No problem.
What about the participants?
Participants, your feedback regarding the session, whether will continue or what?
Yeah, quick responses in the chat box will be okay. If you say
Yes.
yes, I will continue, or I will wind up.
Continue, sir. Okay.
Let's break, please.
Please.
Yes.
Please continue.
Continue. Right. So let me continue with one of the key aspects. It's called time management. So I think someone has turned on your mic. Can you turn off your mic, please? Yes, thank you. So time management. So everybody has got 24 hours. There are few people do wonders in 24 hours. There are few people who not do wonders, or they always complain, sir, time badla, I don't have time. I'm very busy. I don't have time. I used to tell even Prasanna ma'am, and when she asked, sir, can you send you the profile? Oh, I'm busy, ma'am, today. I could not send. And even the coordinator was asking, can you, Muthalakshmi ma'am was asking, can you send me the account number? No, I took long time, unfortunately. No, this is one of the key thing which we have to learn, right? Everybody has got 24 hours. Now, I will tell you one big story of Jawaharlal Nehru. Jawaharlal Nehru is a prime minister who did a lot of things for this country for industrialization. Now, without him, we would have not progressed like this, I suppose. So he used to read a lot, and he used to take a good care of his health by doing a lot of exercises and everything. But he has a PA. He used to take all of his things out, and he ensures that Jawaharlal Nehru sleeps well in his bed. No, but the next day he will be doing a lot of other things. No, one day there was a question asked, how are you, doing all these things? He told, no, I steal my time, from this fellow, no, because his PA makes sure that he sleeps, but he steals the time. After he left, he wakes up and he does the work. No, this is what very important. So whether most of the people tell, I don't have time. Is it our perception or what? So this is one of the important thing which we have to think, right? So one important concept which I will tell you, Pareto's principle. 20% of your time determines 80% of your production. Please remember, 20% of your time, how you are spending, determines 80% of the production. And specifically, teaching job. No, your real time is only 20%. Please remember, whether you want to be a great teacher come researcher, and entrepreneur, all these things will be considered, will be work only with the 20%. 20% of the time of your 24 hours, how you are planning, how you are doing, makes it perfect. Okay, so that influences your 80% of your production time. So this is called Pareto's principle. How do we manage our time? So the first thing, select the task with high priority, because being a teacher, you will be having a lot of things. Your students will be telling something, sir, I don't have a mark sheet, I don't have a problem, I have a problem, I have so many things. The student will be coming and your HOD will be asking, your management will be asking, your family will be asking, everybody will be asking you a lot of things in 24 hours. First, you have to prioritize which is highest priority. Select and then exclude all other tasks and put all your efforts into complete the high priority task first, and then go to the second high priority, third and fourth. And there is a common perception that I am good at doing multitasking. No, I can do multitask at the same time. Please remember, this is a proven scientific data that multitasking will not yield anything. Multitasking will not yield anything. I just will check whether my camera is on or not. Oh, sorry. So multitasking will never yield anything. Multitasking will never yield anything. So always try to do one at a time. Always do one at a time. This is a proven, scientifically proven data that we always consider women are good at multitasking. Say normally what happens, now when I cook, I can do only one thing, but my wife can able to do chopping vegetable and keeping something in the cooker, and she can do all these things, and she could able to complete cooking within an hour. But for the same cooking, I will take 2 hours because I cannot handle many things. Generally, women are good in multitasking than men. But again, most of the good cooks are men, not women. Right? If you wanted to contradict, you can contradict, but that's fine. The reason is one at a time. They are good. They cook very well. Nothing wrong. But the best experts, best cooks, best chefs are all men, because your focus should be more on particular dish. So automatically what happens? You will have better. Say for example, in Coimbatore, next to our college, there is a restaurant called Curry Factory. They specialize only in biryani. They don't sell anything other than biryani and chicken. That's all, and mutton. Only 3 items they sell. That's all. There is no other item they sell, and that is the reason. Despite all the lockdown, all the colleges are closed, they have a good business even now, because they provide a delicious biryani here. The reason is they don't specialize in any other product. They specialize only in biryani. Now, this is a simple example. So always have a priority, list priority wise number, and focus on only one priority and put full effort. Please remember the Pareto's rule: 20% of your time will be your 80% of your production. Okay, so this is one of the two. So what happens here? So shortage of time and pressure. So what happens when if you think I don't have time, then you will be loaded with too many things, trapped, and you will be always irritable, incompetent. And at the end, I can't do it. What can I do? And you will be scolding your family, and you will not have a good family relationship. And at the end of the day, you will be drained, and you feel you are harassed by your boss. So this is one of the thing of shortage of time. So this is one of the biggest problem. These are all the things which you are feeling, right? When you feel all these things, you cannot find any success in your life or your work or your family. So how do we do it? So how do I make this is a feeling, but I cannot taste the success. Now how do I taste the success now? Is there any suggestions from you guys quickly? So how do I balance it? Time? Anyone? Okay, I will go to the data. Delegation. This is one of the important thing. Art of delegation is very, very essential. You have to delegate the work to your subordinate. Now, this is a proven statistics which I am going to show. Say 49% of the time was spent on tasks that could be performed by their secretaries and PAs. If you are a leader, if you are a head of the department or the principal, 49%, almost 50% of the work can be completed by your PA. And remaining 43% of the task can be completed by your colleagues, your friends. Right? 5% of your work time can be spent with your subordinates. and leaving only 3%. 3% is sufficient enough to show a maximum performance level. Please understand. So delegation is very, very important. We think, no, that one he will not do. He will not do. I will not feel good if I have not done anything. This is not correct. No, there are people, for example, chefs. No, they don't like somebody helping them in the kitchen. No, they cut their vegetables, they cut their meat and everything on their own. So what happens? It will take more time for them to cook, unnecessary wastage of time. But if someone helps, if your husband or wife are peeling the onion and peeling the garlic, that will save considerable amount of time for you to cook. And anyhow, it is going to be the same thing. And anyhow, your husband or daughter or son is going to watch a movie or something, and you give them a bowl of onion and let them peel it, and you can do some other work, and you can be free, right? So this is one of the important aspect which you have to learn. Delegation is one of the important. It's not only in your work, even in your home, in your relationship, everywhere you have to start delegating the work. That is more important here, right? So so if you want to have a success, you have to delegate your responsibility to somebody else. You have to believe in the people, and you have to provide the work to the right people rather than giving it to the wrong people. Okay, that is one of the important. So 3 basic categories of personality, and of course the 4th one is called a tycoon. So the first category, sheep without a sheepdog. Now I will come back, what is it? And then workaholics and perfectionist, right? So, and the special type is called a tycoon. They manage their time like anything. No, that is what we call business tycoons, right? Tata is a business tycoon. We call them as tycoon because they are the people who could able to balance their time and manage, with their family, with their business, with their profession, their travel, everything they spend time, the leisure, vacation. Now, most of the time, what we do, during the vacation, instead of spending time with your family, what we do, we spend time in the college. I wanted to do research because this is the time there will be no student. Out of 21 days of vacation, how many days do we really spend time with your family? And at the end, you may not able to get better research as well. This is a common thing. We believe that we are going to spend a lot of time in our lab with peace of mind, but at the end, it is not going to, right? So the tycoons will have better impact, right? So that is what sheep without a dog. Now these are all the people always work under crisis. They don't have direction, and somebody has to poke them back from the back. Go do the work. Otherwise, they will not do. Now they will not get any proper output. Right? Most of the time, now they have this crisis because of them, not because of external resources. So, what can be the reason for the crisis? What they are creating? There could be only 4 reasons. One, because of bad planning. Right? Second, wrongly estimating the time required to complete the work and ignoring the facts. And 4th one, addicted to the crisis. Now, you could have seen people, I work under pressure. I work better under pressure, right? You could have heard this common word regularly. No, that is an addiction. No, that is not correct. No, they cannot achieve a bigger thing. They do the work, but they cannot be a bigger leader. They cannot be a leader, not even bigger. No, they cannot be a leader. They cannot even be a manager, in fact. Right? So these are all some of the things. As a manager, one should be able to plan properly, and you should estimate the time, and you should also estimate or identify the facts and assumptions properly, and then he has to make sure that the crisis not getting transferred to their subordinates. So please remember, even for a manager, we have to have better planning. That is the reason people are working for project management. So if you have a project management PMI certification, PMP certification, then you will have better chance of getting into industry from academia. Right? Please understand all these things. Okay, sheep without a sheepdog. And workaholics. These people work like anything. Now, they demand, constantly over demand. I can do all these things, whatever you do. Yes, sir, I'll do it, sir. I'll do it, sir. No, what they do, they work only at their office. They will not spend time with their family. They always set extraordinary goals that is not going to help them in any way, right? So these are all the people, highly stressed out. They cannot handle anything. These are all the people, are not going to help anyway to the society. They cannot be creative. No, although they hate the routine job, but they cannot be creative, right? So these are all some of the characteristics of workaholics. And as I told, no, they cannot even have a better success because they always want to work. No, but where do you go and think? No, that is what we call, before you go to cutting a tree, you have to sharpen your axe. No, that is the proverb applies here. Instead of going and cutting the tree continuously without sharpening your axe, how do you cut in no time? Initially, maybe you will be getting completed, but subsequently, slowly, your axe will be blunt and you cannot cut. So this is one of the important things which you have to understand. People of workaholic will never get a big success. Of course, they enjoy their work, but they will be having a problem with their family, with their work and everywhere, right? These are all the people you can see work extended hour in the lab, extended hour in the college. And the perfectionist, again, this is one of the problem. They think I can able to do, but with no such corrections. But that is not correct actually. Nobody can be perfect. Nobody can be perfect. No, we as a human being, we tend to make mistakes. Accept it. What is wrong in it? No, even 3-4 corrections. If you go to your HOD will give his correction again, right? Because the perfection is a relative term. Perfection is a relative term. Your perfection may not be a perfection to your boss, right? So the perfectionism is a bliss. We have to remove the perfection. But of course, perfection is very important. There is no doubt. Perfection is not a relative term. If you start rewriting your paper, you will never submit your paper. Okay, so these are all some of the things which you have to understand. These people are always under constant tension, and these people also cannot achieve bigger things, right? So they worry about how other people think of them, fearing of rejection, right? Now, if I send the paper, will my paper get rejected? So my paper will be rejected, so I have to rewrite. No, you stop it. You send it to somebody else. It is the responsibility of the reviewers to review your paper, right? So at one point of time, you have to stop. You cannot be 100% perfect, right? So and these people never be satisfied, and short temper, and their stress level is always high, and they cannot do any other work. Whereas these tycoons could able to spend their time effectively. So they will compartmentalize their time for work, travel, family, sport, leisure, shopping, everything they split. Okay, this week I am going to a vacation. I am going to have a shopping. I am going to have a cycling. All these things they will make properly. These are all the people tend to work perfectly, and they are called tycoons. Are you want to become a tycoon, or you want to become a perfectionist? No, I would say, all of them, these tycoons are only 1% or 2%, but at least we should aspire to become a tycoon, right? If I cannot balance my time in all aspects, at least in few areas we have to help the students to do and plan so that their placement will be in better companies rather than settling into IT company, being an electronics and communication engineer, working in CTS. If a student could able to balance his time and do something, and he can able to place in a very good company like Cisco with high package, right? So this is one of the important thing which we have to transfer. Right. This is one more thing. Are you a good time manager? There are somewhere around 25 questions. Just mark yourself. You want to mark yourself and see whether you are a good time manager or not. Or can I skip? Any responses? No responses? another 10 minutes, I'll wind up.
So we can skip it, sir, because most of the faculties, the time is exceeded 12:30.
Okay,
We
okay,
have.
that's fine. That's fine. So I will finish off in 5 minutes. So
Okay, sir.
how do we organize and prioritize our time? So first thing, these five are very important. One is important and urgent, important but not urgent, urgent but not important, busy work, wasted time. So what is busy work? That the work will keep you busy. You cannot avoid that. This is the regular work which you have to do almost 70% of your a day. The remaining thing you have to prioritize. Wasted time, watching a TV for me is a wasted time. Watching a TV for someone is a pleasure, right? So we cannot say wasted time. It depends on the people. So you have to organize important and urgent, important but not urgent, urgent but not important, busy work, and wasted time. So you kindly balance it on your own. Right. So the key takeaways. One is mentor is not a coach, but the coach can be a mentor. A teacher can be a coach and mentor. So as a takeaway, please start working with the circle of life. Make the student talk more rather than you talk. As a teacher, we tend to talk one way. We always talk more, more, more. But in the coaching style, the other way, the student have to talk more. So you have to build a rapport with the student so that they spend a lot of time with you. They open up so that you can help them to get a better outcome. So use the smart tool and make them achieve their realistic. And how to become a great teacher? You may be giving some kind of commitment to the student, and initially the students also commit. But a great teacher makes a commit, make them commit, as well as they will follow up with their progress. Out of 20 students, maybe one or two will be a shining star. Only for that we have to work. So totally 20 students, that is fine. Don't worry. At least if you follow these three traits, that will make you a wonderful teacher, a great teacher from an average teacher. So all the very best for all of you. So before I wind up, this is my marketing again. So for further training on your organizational development and the coaching, you can contact me. You can contact me on life coaching. Right. So these are all some of the training which I have provided to various industries. So you are most welcome. If you want, utilize my service in your organization, you please write a mail to me or call me. Thank you very much for the wonderful opportunity.
Sir,
Yes, yes.
Sir, I have one question, sir. Sir, actually, the WHO is telling never make relationship in workplace. It will always backfire.
Yes.
But many of them are telling you make a good cordial relation with peoples in the workplace. Then what is your opinion, sir?
I think you misunderstood the concept actually. The relationship in the sense, making the sexual relationship, physical relationship with a fellow colleague is always dangerous. But making a cordial relationship, that is, you have to meet them. You have to greet them every day. And you have to, you have to empathetically see them. That is very, very essential. That is what the WHO is telling. Don't have such kind of a physical and emotional relationship with your fellow colleague, but you have to maintain such kind of good rapport. Okay, if something happens, you have to take care of them.
Oh, thank you, sir. Actually, WHO is mentioning, I think, 10 attitudes to be followed in workplace.
Yes, yes.
Yes, I am following, sir.
Yeah, that's good. Actually,
Yeah.
you have to understand one thing. Whether you are a professor or a principal, even the peon is working in your college, will be your competitor. Please remember. Right?
Sir, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Please remember. So that is the reason they are telling don't have such kind of relationship. That kind of relationship will always have. Emotional bonding will always have a problem. So you have to, a good leader will have a clear-cut demarcation between professional life and personal life. So never mix the professional with personal.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Any questions? You are free to ask.
Participants, you can post your questions to the speaker. So no questions from participants. So now I'll go to wind up session. So,
any questions?
Participant, now you can post the questions to the speaker.
It's good. So many people attended the program. 78 odd people. So it's fantastic
Says it's around 85 to 90, sir. Some of them left the meeting at 12:30, sir.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Yeah, I understand.
Okay. So finally, yes, sir.
Yes, once again, I thank NGP and you and Lakshmi ma'am for providing me the opportunity to interact with you. And thank you very much. Indeed, it is a wonderful session with you. And
okay,
thank you very much, participants, and thank you very much. And if you want me to utilize my service, you please contact me either in the mail or my phone, which I shared with you. I'll be happy to help you out.
Thank you. Okay, sir. Thank you. Finally, I would like to take this opportunity to place on record our hearty thanks to our distinguished chief guest, Dr. S.A.Pasupathy, Professor and Head ACA Department, Kumaraguru College of Technology, Coimbatore, for his informative and interactive session, which was so inspiring and motivating for us to achieve great height in future in our life. I render my sincere gratitude for our management, principal, HOD, and all other faculty members who have been a backbone support in the success of this Day 4 AICT sponsored 1 week short term training program. And uh, my heartfelt thanks to all enthusiastic participants for joining this session. I expect the same for the upcoming session. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Maybe we can ask a photograph with all. Maybe you can turn on your video for a minute and we can have a photo. Thank you.
Participants, please turn on your video.
For a minute, not more than that.
1 minute, okay.
Yeah. Whoever could able to turn on, that would be perfect.
Only some of them are turned.
That's fine, ma'am. That's fine. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thanks for your informative and motivational speech, sir. Thank you.
This is not a motivation, ma'am. This is a coach.
Yes. Okay. The word. Okay. Coaching. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for it.
Yes, sir. Participant, you can get fill the feedback form, which is in your chat box. Thank you. Thank you so much. Vinodani ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, connect பண்ணல. ராஜா sir.
Yes, ma'am. 45 க்கு கனெக்ட் பண்றேன்னாங்க. நான் ரிமைண்ட் பண்றேன் மேம்.
கனெக்ட் பண்ண சொல்லுங்க. ஏன்னா பிரசன்டேஷன் செக் பண்ணிரலாம்.
எஸ் மேம், எஸ் மேம்.
செஷன் போகும்போதுனா கஷ்டம்.
சார் ஜாயின் பண்ணிட்டாங்க மேம்.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Madam, good afternoon.
Sir, presentation check பண்ணிடலாமா sir?
Just 1 second.
Okay, okay, sir.
Ma'am, actually, என்னுடைய presentation வந்து they have to join through one portal.
Okay, okay, sir.
So அதனால நான் இப்போ வந்து இந்த portal வந்து display பண்றேன்.
Okay, sir.
நீங்க அதுல join பண்ணுங்க.
Okay,
Then we
sir.
will test. Okay. Just 1 second, ma'am.
Okay, sir.
Hello, madam. Can you see my screen?
Yes, sir, it is visible.
Okay. Can you see there is one joinpd.com?
Yes, yes, sir, it is visible.
Okay.
Joinpd.com.
So you can take your mobile or a new tab in your laptop or system. You can type just joinpd.com.
Okay, sir, I will do it. Sir, it is asking for a code.
You can see on my screen XGGAMS.
Okay, sir.
Can you join?
Yes, sir, I'm signing in.
Okay, yeah, it will ask you for a Gmail ID.
Yes, sir. Yeah, sir, I selected. It is loading.
Yeah, you have joined. One student connected. Can you see
Yeah,
my
sir, that
screen?
is me.
Yeah.
Yes, sir, it is visible now.
So now, after you talk about, giving introduction, probably
Okay,
you can show my. I will be sharing the screen continuously from now.
Okay, sir.
So whoever join, let them use the same procedure. I will also inform.
Okay, sir.
I will send you the link also.
Okay, sir.
Probably you have mailed me. No, I mean that same email ID.
Yeah, sir, Vinodini.
Yeah, I will. Yeah, this is the link. Probably you can share that link. Okay, let me also share that in the chat box.
Okay, sir.
And whoever join, either they can take this whatever I've given in chat box link,
Okay,
or
sir.
they can just type joinpd.com and use this code.
Okay, so every time you have to allow the participants to join, or
No. It's like once they, I need not allow.
oh, okay, sir.
I am not allowing anybody now from here.
Okay, sir.
Once they type joinpd.com and if they type the code, they will be able to see my PPT in their screen itself after I
Yeah, sir.
start the class.
What if they have joined using the link, sir?
No. I will tell you. See, the link, they can be there.
Okay, sir.
The link also, my screen will be visible. Like in Gmeet also, it will be visible. Whatever I am
Okay.
presenting, it will be visible.
Okay, sir. Got
Those
it,
who are
sir.
joining through this, they can interact through my slides. See, I'm going to post some question. They can answer that question in their mobile itself.
Okay, sir. Now I
So
understand, sir.
those who are just do not have a sort of facility to access such a provision, they can follow my lecture throughout. That is not a problem.
Okay, sir.
After they join through your Gmeet, they can see my screen. They can be throughout.
Yes, sir.
But those who would like to have an interactive session, they just join through this, and then they can start. If there are some questions, they can post the answer. That interaction can happen through this.
Yes, sir.
But my
Got it.
advice is let them join through this so
Okay,
that it
sir.
will be good.
Okay, sir. Sure, sir.
So probably right now I'll stop sharing.
Okay,
After
sir.
you give introduction, I will share again. That's fine.
Okay, sir. Sure. Yeah, sir. It is fine, sir.
Right, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Madam?
Yeah, sir.
Yes, from my end, everything is ready. So whenever you can, if you would like to start, you can proceed.
Yeah, sir, we can start, sir.
Right. Thank you.
Good afternoon to everyone gathered here. Challenges are what make life interesting, and overcoming them is what makes life meaningful. A warm welcome to all the participants from various institutions in and around Coimbatore, and also my beloved Dr. NGP IT ECE department faculties. I feel honored to welcome you all for the Day 4 afternoon session AICTE sponsored 1 week short term training program on empowering the moral values, ethics, and behavioral attitude in teaching skills among teachers. Conducted by the Department of Electronics and Communication Engineering, Dr. NGP Institute of Technology. To be inspired is great, but to be an inspiration is an honor. Today, we have such an inspiration among us for the Day 4 AICTE sponsored 1 week short term training program. I am overjoyed to take the opportunity to introduce our speaker of the day, Dr. P. Raja, Associate Professor, Department of Electrical and Electronics Engineering, National Institute of Technology, Trichy, Tamil Nadu. Sir has completed his MTech in Energy Systems at Indian Institute of Technology, Madras, and completed his Ph.D. in the field of reactive power control for wind-driven induction generators at National Institute of Technology, Trichy. He has 18 years of experience in teaching. He has published 5 research papers in reputed international journals and in 19 international IEEE conferences. He started his career as a lecturer in PSNA College of Engineering and Technology, Dindigul, Tamil Nadu, from June 2002 to December 2005. From January 2006 to May 2006, he worked as a senior lecturer in Amrita School of Engineering, Bangalore, Karnataka. He is presently working as an associate professor in the Department of Electrical and Electronics Engineering at National Institute of Technology, Trichy, Tamil Nadu, where he has been since May 2006. He is currently holding a post of Associate Dean Academic Reforms at NIT Trichy. He was in University of Western Ontario, Canada as a visiting researcher for a period of 1 month in 2008. His field of interest is electrical missions, renewable power generation systems, and power system protection. His contribution in research and development is immeasurable. He has worked in various fields such as power systems, power electronics, and energy engineering. We are honored to have you among us today, sir. Now I request Dr. P. Raja, sir, to take over the session.
Yeah, very good afternoon, all of you. It is a honor to me that I am with the NGP workshop today. I was actually I had association with NGP quite long back, and thanks to Professor Muthulashmi ma'am, and she invited me for a similar session of workshop where I spoken about assessment techniques. And when she approached me for the similar type of workshop, I was little hesitate. I was little hesitating to accept the invite at the starting, mainly because it is not very technical, as well as it is not very easy to handle. Hence, I told her that probably I have to think, and then I will reply you. And then Madam again told me, sir, it is fine if you can join with us with relevant topic. Then I thought I can handle something related to online assessment techniques and tools, and we may think, or everyone may think, that how far this is related to this particular workshop. Honestly speaking, as a teacher as well as a student, the ethics and values are indirectly or directly sometimes tested through our question papers and the answers and the mode of assessment conducted in any system. So when I was thinking about such a lecture or like such a discussion, I would like to understand the nature of the participant. That is very, very important for any teacher or any person who is delivering lecture. So I made one Google form and given to Vinodini ma'am. Thanks to her. And surprisingly, I can see there are 68 responses I got. And thank you all for such a immediate response for that Google form. And everyone know that we are in a situation where we have to handle our regular classes in the online mode and assessment also online. And in that case, it is one of the important topic which we may be in a position to discuss in an elaborate manner. So from the Google form, I could see many of us are using a variety of platform. And coming to assessment, I could see Google Forms is on the top. I would say 62 faculty members were given as Google Form out of 68 participated. And there are few using Kahoot, there are few using Edpuzzle, there are few using Mentimeter. Some people are aware of Poll Everywhere and Hot Potatoes. So that survey actually helped me to make my presentation little fine-tuned. So today I am going to share some of the ideas or share some of my experience and my colleagues' experience at the NIT with you with respect to this online assessment. And before I start my session, I hope you will be able to see my screen, which carries information. That information is the one which is going to make us interactive. So hope you can see my screen. Vinodini ma'am? Hello? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. You can see that screen of joinpd.com. Am I right, ma'am?
Yes, sir. It is visible, sir. I can able to see.
Yes. Okay. Ma'am, since I am little away from my screen, the window of Gmeet, if there are some disturbances or something is going wrong, please indicate me.
Yeah, sir. Sure, sir. I will let you know, sir.
Thank you. So I request all the participants to see my screen, and on the top you can see there is something called joinpd.com. If you have, okay, I will just guide you, please follow this. If you have both mobile and laptop, if you are using your laptop to listen this lecture, take your mobile phone, type this one, joinpd.com. Joinpd.com. I highlighted. Type joinpd.com in any browser. Any browser, open a new tab, just type joinpd.com. Even if you are using laptop alone, you can open a new tab and type joinpd.com. And once you enter, it will ask you to confirm through your Gmail ID. So you please give one Gmail ID, and then you join. Join through joinpd.com. That will ask you a code. The code is nothing but XGGAMS. I'm highlighting that, XGGAMS. So I repeat, you can go to any browser, either in your laptop or mobile. Just type joinpd.com, and it will ask you. It will take you to some procedure. It will ask you which Gmail ID you would like to join, through which you would like to log in. You give any Gmail ID which you prefer, and after that, it will ask you a code, and that code is nothing but XGGAMS. Right now, you can see my screen. There are 9 students connected through this platform. There are 9 students connected through this platform. I think in our Gmeet, there are 50 participants. So at least let me see how many could join. And I will tell you one important information. You don't leave Gmeet. Okay, you don't leave Gmeet. Be in Gmeet, and then you join in this platform. So basically, suppose I am giving you a situation. Suppose if you are unable to join through this due to your device, due to your some other reason, if you could not join, there is no problem. You can continuously watch my lecture through Gmeet. Okay, but the advantage of joining through this, let me tell you, that my slides will be available in your device soon. Whatever the screen which I am projecting to you, that will be available on your screen itself. It is not a projected one. The screen itself will be available. That means PPT will come as such on your screen. There you can you can interact with me. I will show you how to interact. Okay, that's the advantage of such a platform. If you are, after doing this, if you are interested, I will show you how to make this. Okay, it is easy. Okay, but right now I have 13 students connected. Okay, I will let me not wait for a long time, because we have to do our exercises and some hands-on I am planning. So whatever the number I get, that would be fine. But I am expecting at least 50%, 13 join. If you have any hurdle in terms of joining, I can repeat. I think you can see link. Thanks to Vinodini ma'am, that she has given a link, and the code also she has posted in the chat box. So you can join through that. Okay, good. 15 is a good number. Okay, and you can join anytime. Now I'll start my class. So the moment I give start class, those who are with me through this presentation, okay, through this sort of presentation, you can see my screen of PPT, PowerPoint on your screen. I hope you can see that. Right, now let me come to the topic. And this is going to be a kind of interactive as well as a hands-on session. And my sincere advice is, please better log in through a laptop, okay? Because I may ask you to slightly do a small exercise. So my sincere advice or sincere request would be, like better login through your laptop. Okay, right. Now, a small disclaimer. No, it may look odd, but I would like to say that whatever the information I'm going to share with you, whatever the information I'm going to tell you, it has two components. One, I got through some of my senior colleagues, what they are doing, what they have done, and I got through some of the workshops, some of the faculty development program I attended, and some are purely based on my experience and my own colleague experience on the topic of online assessment techniques and tools. So the point I would like to make it as a disclaimer here is, this is not the only, this is not the only tools available. This is not the only, or these are not the only tools which are best tools. I'm not going to say that. I'm not going to tell you that at all. You must be using better tool or better technique than what I am going to project you. But if you are a fresher to online teaching or offline teaching, probably it will help you, or it would give a kind of direction towards, okay, what I can try out in my class, both in online as well as offline. Okay, so with that disclaimer, and this is what I'm planning to discuss. We will be discussing on both offline assessments and online assessments. And in terms of assessments, I'm going to tell you some general theories, or I would say general aspects of assessments. And then I'm going to tell you on two important and famous assessment techniques, which are called formative assessment technique and summative assessment technique. I think these words may not be very new. It may be very familiar to all of you, formative and summative assessments, because when I asked the survey, I could see that there are a lot of people responded very positively. Yes, I have used formative assessment. And summative assessment, anyway, we will shortly come to know how exactly they differ. Okay, and then I'm going to give you one or two tools which I came across, rather I am using in my classroom. We will go a kind of hands-on experience. This is my planned activity throughout this lecture. And it is not just to offend anyone. This is one of the picture which I like through my one of my senior professors' talk. You can look at the picture on the right. It says that assume it is a classroom. You have a crow, you have a monkey, a penguin, an elephant, and a fish, and a seal, and a dog, say. And there is a teacher, and he says, for a fair selection, you replace the selection by assessment. Everybody has to take the same exam. Please climb that tree. Please climb that tree. You know, I don't want to comment further on this, what I say, on this picture. This picture is very famous. It is available in Google. If you surf, you will get this picture. You know, this picture is a very well spoken picture, very self-explanatory picture about a classroom. There is no doubt. Every time, every example which I am going to quote is from my experience. It may not be true for all of us. It may be true for the majority of the people. Exceptions, yes, will be there. Generally, people think that IITs, NITs, they get creamy layer students. So there won't be any sort of problem in terms of teaching them, assessing them. But actually, it is not very true. It is not 100% true. yesterday, okay, yesterday only I completed my final assessment for my course, okay, and just last 1 week, I mean, I think 2 weeks back, I completed my third internal assessment. You don't believe. There are people, I have 71 in my class. There are people, they have scored 2.5, 3.5 out of 15. Out of 25 people scored 4 or 6. It is an online exam. They're all from NIT, Electrical and Electronics Engineering. Then where is the problem? Where is the problem? Right? So, when I start searching, I would say that this problem is persisting for a long time, but I can very honestly say that the number of students they get such a score in my class started reducing since, I mean, if I take for an example of 4 years, from last 4 years, if I try to count such people, number of students per class who is scoring such a low score in my assessments are getting reduced. I have just changed the procedure of assessment. I have added some flavor in changing the assessment technique, and that could provide me or give me or could give me a fruitful solution. That I just wanted to, share with you. Honestly speaking, when I think of this picture, I could recollect 5 years back in my electrical machines lab, regular laboratory, there was a person who could not speak in English. He can speak only in Hindi. So I appointed a translator. Of my teaching assistant who can speak Hindi as well as English, but I could speak only English. That boy could speak only, Hindi. Majorly, he can speak only in Hindi. So I could get the answer from that boy only through that way. Good, bad, is it right, wrong? That's not my discussion here at all. That is what we are getting into our campus. That is how our students come into our campus. Then I think you can right now easily could correlate, the picture and the situation which I am trying to explain. For such students, for such a variety of students, variety, and when I say it is not about knowledge, honestly speaking, it is not about knowledge. It is all about how they conceive this knowledge and how they, how could they respond to our assessment. That matters a lot. So that made the entire NIT fraternity to think a lot, and that made NIT Trichy to come up with the solution, or it's not a solution actually, it is a kind of alternate arrangement or a kind of an improvement in our curriculum, in our curriculum as well as in our assessment methodologies. That you could see in our website, it is quoted as flexible system, flexible curriculum in NITT. It is well taken by all of our faculty members. We sincerely started following, and that made us to see a very small change in the entire class, in the entire system of learning. I could see that. That's why I'm here to present some of the techniques, some of the ideas which we thought and we started searching in internet, through various people. We could come up with some of the ideas. I'm just going to share that, and I will make you to learn little out of this complete session also. So whenever you see a title called assessment, okay, and naturally we get such questions. What is this assessment? What is this test? What is this examination? For whom you have to conduct? Whom is going, who are they? Who are all going to participate in this? And why should I do that? And how should I do that? So if we could answer these questions with respect to assessment, we are very fair enough to, make our class more interesting, as well as our assessments also more interesting, as well as a reliable assessment. So that's what it is written here. Provide or create opportunities for different forms of assessment can help address diverse learning. People have diversity in learning pattern itself. I think you could have seen, because I can see, I hope there are a lot of senior persons in this forum, and they would have experienced a lot of things in terms of diverse learning. Some people can grasp like anything. Some people sit and study multiple times. Some people, they never study, but what they do is they'll just listen from others. They'll do it better. So when you have a diverse group of learning pattern varies, and similarly there must be a diversity in terms of assessment techniques also. Next comes, I think many of you must be knowing this man, Richard, Feynman. He says that there is no learning without having to pose a question. A question requires doubt. Keep this statement in your mind. Sometime I may ask you an interesting question related to this. Okay, so this is a very interesting statement. What is assessment? As I told you, we will be discussing on assessment. I generally do one thing. Whenever I prepare for a lecture, especially for a new course, if I prepare any topic, if I come across a new terminology, I will not try to look at some other technical book again. I generally look at a dictionary. A dictionary, a meaning of that particular word would help us a lot in deeply understanding the technical term. So I was checking what is assessment. In dictionary, it says the action of assessing someone or something, evaluation, judgment, gauging, rating, estimation, appraisal, opinion, analysis. These are all some sort of, synonyms for that. So it says that it is an action of assessing someone or something. So there must be a purpose, correct? There must be a purpose set in front of you to assess someone or something. What is the purpose? That is one important point. What is the purpose of doing such an action? And what is the expectation of such an action? What is the outcome you expect? What sort of outcome you are trying to see out of such an action? See, any action any action has its own reaction. At the same time, any action must have an intention of finding out what is the outcome of that. But honestly speaking, when I started my teaching career, I was assigned, like, you do this subject, you prepare, you go and deliver, and there will be some sequence of actions in terms of test and assessment. You have to give assignment in a regular interval. You have to follow the institute cycle test, or you call it as routine test, or you call it as class test. You call it as a unit test. So many names came up. You have to follow that. That's what I told. I just keep myself as example everywhere. If it matches, I'm very happy that, okay, there are people like me. See, we prepare, we deliver, we come back, we set a question paper. Parallelly, we may write the key for that question, keep it ready. Okay, conduct the test, get the answer script, evaluate in detail, give back. And we do this also. Once you distribute the question answer sheets, we will discuss the key for the question also. This is what a routine type of thing I had experienced. But later, honestly speaking, after coming to NIT, I could realize that it is not just that, it shouldn't be just like, a scheduled pattern of assessments. The classes can be scheduled, but the assessment should come like a kind of intuition. Like, yes, this topic need to be assessed. This topic, I would like to know whether my students have, got it. I would like to assess. I would like to know whether they received properly or not. Somewhere you get that intuition that, there are any subject you take, there are some portion in your entire syllabus of your particular subject, there will be some portion which you call it as the crux of that course. That is very important. Though there are 5 chapters or 5 units, but there is some crux they should take out from this course. When you reach that crux, your assessment must be more intensive, as well as your assessment must be meaningful, very meaningful. That instant is very, very important. Whether we are just giving in an appropriate time, the assessment is given to the student appropriate at appropriate time. It is not just like, in my opinion, even in NIT, throughout the NIT Trichy, they came up with a good policy that, don't classify something like you completed 2 chapter, conducted test, completed first chapter, conducted assignment. Don't do that. If you think as the owner of the course, who is the owner of the course? Teacher is the owner of the course. If you think this is an appropriate place where I could give an assessment, it's not just an assessment or a test. What format of assessment I should give also very, very important. I'll give you one simple example to move further. Take an example of a course, a programming course, a microprocessor course. A programming course having a 1 hour of written test kind of becoming meaningless. Take a microprocessor course. There is an initial portion they talk about processor architecture. Okay, I'm into electronics and communication, or electrical and electronics engineering. I will give you some samples from that. You can always think of what is your subject and where it fits like that. So a kind of a course which deals about initially some theory, and then later some problems, then later some sort of coding or programming required, or an analytical knowledge required. If such a spread if you have in your course, for sure we should think of a variety in assessment. It shouldn't be like give a question paper, ask them to write. I'll give an example. Like in our microprocessor course, our own friend, he or she just gave one test, like a conventional test, but in a different format of writing. Second test, she told that I have completed opcodes, related arithmetic operation. Now let me take them into the lab, just do the relevant code and show me, execute and show me. If that is correct, your understanding is done. Why I should ask her or ask him to write an entire program in a paper, and that too they will execute in a different style? It is a kind of headache for the faculty also. But I'm not telling that you should completely come out of some such writing style of test. That's not my point. The point is, you as a owner of your course, as a owner of a course, you must find a very suitable tool or technique and tool for a particular assessment, a particular course especially. Okay, this is my submission here. It may not be applicable for everyone, but what I came across as an associate dean academics at NIT Trichy, we could see when we released such a freedom to faculty, they came up with lot of ideas. They poured the ideas. Sir, in my subject, I can try this. I can try this. They could see an evident improvement compared to their last year students' performance, and the year in which they made the change in their assessment. Now the question comes, in general, how they define this assessment. Okay, nothing that we do to or for our students is more important than our assessment of their work and the feedback we give them on it. This is very important statement. You know, it is for our students is more important than our assessment of their work and the feedback we give them on it. The results of our assessment influence our students for the rest of their lives and careers. You know, this statement looks very strong, but I have seen this very evidently. You know, past 3 years, students, after their campus placement, they just come to my room and say, sir, this particular topic which you taught for us helped me to answer majority of the questions in the interview. That's what I said. Assessment influence our students for the rest of their lives and careers. Fine, if we get it right, but unthinkable if we get it wrong. You know, I'll give you an example. What is the motor to be used for? What is the DC motor to be used for the application of an elevator? It is supposed to be a series motor, DC series motor. Let us say I wrongly told many things in the class, in the assessment also, some random question I asked, and he wrote DC shunt motor, and somehow I missed correcting that properly or giving him feedback. I would have marked wrong, but I would have not told him that how it is wrong, and he would have not asked me how it is wrong. So with that, probably with that mindset, he still has a DC shunt motor in his mind, and if he could have told the same answer in the interview, it's gone. It is miserably would have gone wrongly. So what this is from, I mentioned where from I took Race, Brown and Smith 2005 500 tips on assessment. You can check out. You know, you need not read all 500, but these are some of the general things. Okay, but it is very interesting. Okay, so assessment for whom? Those who are with me. Okay, I do not know how many of are with me on this platform. Okay, and on the screen, on your screen, you can see answer now. Okay, if you could see that at the bottom, if you click on answer now, okay, answer the question, you will get an option to type. You type. It is an anonymous one, so don't worry, someone started typing and deleted. Okay, it is an anonymous one. The question is this. Okay, let me show the question first. Question is, for whom we are conducting assessment. It is a question of very simple, but you can try out. Okay, even let me check in chat box also. But can you tell me some answer for this question? Okay, we are conducting assessment. Actually, that is for whom? Okay, let me see the response. Students, indirectly for teacher and learner. Teaching. Okay, see, I think you can see my screen. This is, I would like to show two things here. One is the answer for the question. The other one is, this is something like a very interactive session of engaging a class. Okay, that means it is anonymous. See, generally, if you ask question, if their name appears somewhere, they will feel, if I answer wrongly, what he or she thinks. But here it is not like that. Whoever types, it will appear. Okay, and others can see, those who are connected through this platform or even through Zoom, they can see how people are interacting. Students for ourselves understand delivery mechanism, indirectly for teachers, teachers and learner, teaching and learning process, teacher and learner. Perfectly done. Hope there are less response, but they are very perfect response. Yes, that is very true. That means I think everyone started thinking in terms of like, okay, I post an assessment, student responds to it, and when the student responds, from the student response, probably I could assess me. That means whether what I have done is reached to them. Very true, very true. There is no doubt. But I have another view on that. Whatever you said is completely true, but I have a slightly an additional view on that. It is that whatever you have posted, it is post-assessment. Like you gave assessment, they responded for the assessment, they answered your questions. They could not, many could not answer, means, okay, you may get a feeling that, okay, there may be something wrong in my thing. So I should ask, I should go back and ask them, do you want some other way to deliver, or you want some more help in terms of some other way of teaching? All that perfect. What I could feel personally is, it starts before assessment itself. Assessment for teacher, before you assess, what I mean to say, question paper setting. That is where your assessment starts. Honestly speaking, your assessment, your content, your content understanding, your level of understanding content, your level of understanding the topic comes before the assessment. You know how? I will quote one example from my student, my colleague and myself. See, let us say you feel you are strong at your course. Take a plain paper and start writing the possible questions which appear in your mind without even opening your note, without you opening any kind of reference or textbooks. If you could do that, including numericals, I repeat, it's not I'm talking only about theoretical questions, 2-mark questions, 1-mark questions, some sort of tricky questions, not that. Including numerical questions. If you could frame reasonably correct, then you can assess yourself very perfectly. I'll give you an example. Let us say I have to set up one question in my own subject called DC machines. Okay, I have to write a numerical question on some X or Y testing on a DC motor. I started writing. I know what is testing. I started writing a question. Where the touch comes, where the technical touch lies, the technical touch lies on the data you key in. I'll give an example. Let us say I have to give a resistance for armature. I have to give a value. I have to assign a value for resistance for shunt field winding. You don't worry about what is shunt field winding and armature winding. Let me tell you, the resistance of armature winding must be much, much lower than resistance of shunt field winding. For an example, if shunt field winding happened to be 200 ohms, my armature winding resistance must be 0.2 ohm. I hope you can understand. This is the knowledge I have about the machine. Let us say I never think of whether the it is a resistance. Let me keep armature resistance 200 ohm. Let me keep shunt resistance 0.2 ohm. It is meaningless. That is what I meant. That it is not the assessment or assessing the faculty. It is not just after the assessment. It is pre-assessment. Before you conduct assessment itself, your own assessment starts. How good at my concept? How good I am at my concept? That's what I wanted to tell you. So my sincere request or sincere advice, sincere suggestion would be that hereafter, if you try to frame, say, 10-mark questions, 20-mark questions, take a plain paper, or, okay, forget about, we are all in online, right? Take one document, Word document, or whatever the document file you prefer, start typing whatever comes in your mind as question. If you remember, now if you remember this, Feynman, there is no learning without having to pose a question, and a question requires doubt. Fantastic, right? What I suggest is make a question paper with doubts. Your own doubts, you chalk it out first. You chalk it out. What is your doubts on the particular subject? You would have taught your subject. Sometimes it gives a feeling to us that I am the master in the subject. Yes, you are the master in the subject, but we ourselves will have some doubts in some topic after some time. This is one point. Second point, students would have asked doubts in the class. Please remember, you should better make a document file just to keep storing the questions asked by the students during the class or post class or outside the classroom, whatever it is. Carefully watch their questions. Note down somewhere. That is your question bank. That is one of your question bank. It is not that we generate questions. We take questions from the books. I will tell you, your question paper looks really interesting and it is going to be a reliable question. It is not just randomly taken from somewhere and cooked up some values, not that. Okay, so I just wanted to spend some time on assessment for whom. Everyone told, very clearly told, you are all experienced people. So you could sense that the question is asked like, it is for teaching as well as learning. It is for teachers as well as learners. Very good. Let me move on. Why do we do assessment? I think when I was explaining about to whom the assessment is conducted, indirectly I told why also. So in a very simple way, I think many people given the feedback also that it is for the improvement of teaching as well as learning process. Okay, so teaching, it is going to improve us in terms of how we deliver, how do you take a particular content to the student, all that. Learning, basically, we are giving some input to them. We are trying to make them understand some concepts. Whether that concepts as well as that particular idea has reached in the way you would like to. Please understand. See, you have a class of 71. I used to say in a live lecture like this. See, you have a 71 members in the class. There is one beautiful article. I left somewhere that article. If I could access, I will send you if you want. There's a very beautiful article written. The title of the article is like this: how important your first class is. How important your first class is. You are going to see a fresh set of people, 71 people right now in my class. First day, first class. That 50 minutes, or you spend 30 minutes minimum, that is going to make a lot of important changes in the mindset of the student. That's the key. That's the key. How you introduce that particular course to your student, as well as checking their ideas about that particular course. That makes a lot of difference. So when I say assessment, actually speaking, the assessment starts from day one. I think many of us having good amount of teaching experience, we generally start our first class with a lot of questions. How you know this? What is your knowledge on this particular course? What is a fundamental you know? Very good. That itself an assessment. So what ultimately we wanted to do is, when we try to explain something to 71 audience, please remember that 71 brains are aligned in a different way. I think in electrical engineering, we talk about hysteresis, loss and loop. That means the domains of the materials are randomly aligned. But as a teacher, we would like to convey and ask them to align to this direction. But we will get, I've shown the first picture, we have diverse type. I mean, we have variety of people. They think, why can't this way? Why can't this way? Why can't the other way? Why can't this way? Now, what is your job? Your job is within 50 minutes of time, you have to drag their all minds which are aligned to a different direction to your line. And 100%, you cannot make a linear curve in hysteresis. That means people will still get aligned in their own direction. Slowly, you have to bring them. For that, we should know what is their current situation, whether they are aligned on that direction or this direction or with you. You need assessment. You need assessment. So, assessment is not just, I wanted to remove one particular layer. If you already have in your mind that it is just for, conducting tests and evaluating, we have to slightly come out from that. Though, I will tell you, even in my experience, some 10 years back, if someone would have asked this question, I would have also answered the way that it is for, assessment is for both teacher and student, teaching, learning. But when I go back and sit in my room and think whether we are really doing like learning, teaching, learning, improvement through assessment, sometime, I'm not telling every time, sometime we may not do it. But now it is essential. It is becoming very essential to do that. There are two reasons for that. Number one, you think of the current students we get, how they are connected to their online tools. And they are trying to find, I could see in my class that they are trying to find an equivalent replacement for me in online. Equivalent replacement for me in online. If he could find one person, we are gone. We are gone. That means after that, it is all for them is, okay, someone comes, teach something, let me take care later. Probably I'm putting the statements in a different style, but I could smell that in my class. I could really smell that in my class. So, how close you interact with the students in terms of not only the subject, not only the knowledge, in terms of how do you question them. They should hunt, they should get a different variety of questioning and assessment, and they should hunt the answer from my own lecture. Yes, see, they can surely think of some other tool to get the answer, but there must be some special questions. Okay, yeah. See, my teacher taught me this. My teacher gave the solution for this. When that become more beautiful, no? That become very beautiful. They are listening to some lecture. All of a sudden, that online teacher gave one question. If they could get answer for that question from your lecture, you are the master. You are the master. There is no doubt. So, the style in which you make assessment, the style in which you ask them matters a lot. So, why, what, whom, why, and next comes, that is our whole discussion, how. Okay, all that seems to be very good. That means, like, yes, you may say that, yes, we do agree that how important it is, but how to do. Coming to that, as I initially stated that there are two types of assessment. I think many of us must be knowing these terms by this time: formative assessment and summative assessment. I came across through, I think, Director Igno. She gave one lecture long back. From her talk, I took this. When the cook tastes the soup, that is formative assessment. When the customer tastes the soup, that is summative assessment. I think it served the purpose. What do you mean by formative assessment? What do you mean by summative assessment? Let me slightly elaborate for adding flavor to the soup. It is very simple. You don't go to customer, hotel and all. You be at your house. I do not know who cooks at your house. know, your spouse, let me make it that way, your spouse cook. If being a lady, probably your husband may cook, and being at a, you know, gen, your wife may cook. So that's why I generally kept like your spouse cook at your house. You know, in between, before they serve, before she or he serve to you, intermediately they will ask you, please come, taste my rasam. You know, okay, what we will do? We will immediately give a feedback. They will correct. They will correct. Please understand, they will correct. What are they correcting? There are two things happening. That means, like, you know, okay, this is my product. You taste, but you should not completely take anything out of that, because you may not taste this. I mean, this may not taste perfectly. So give me a feedback. I will improve. I'll come and serve you during lunch. That time, okay, very happy. So please understand, if your summative assessment to be very happiest one, highest outcome if you would like to get, better do your formative assessments in a way, in an extent possible. But at the same time, we know sometimes we'll get irritated. You know, when first time he or she would have called, okay, can you taste this? Okay, it is fine. You think till she or he serves the lunch, he or she repeatedly come, I mean, within some 10-15 minutes, you know, now you taste, I added something. I added salt. Now I added some, you know, some other flavor. I added some leaf. All that I kept. You think between the lunch and her cooking time, let us say she would have called or he would have called for 10 times, surely you lose an interest of tasting that rasam during your lunch. I hope you agree. That should not happen. You should not overdose your students with formative assessment, daily class assessment, weekly once one, you may name any name, weekly once one assignment, weekly twice that, this. Finally, you know, they will forget what is the real taste of rasam. They will forget the real taste of what is examination. So we have to be very careful in terms of deciding the number, the instance, and the type, especially with respect to formative assessments. Otherwise, 100% they will use the taste of summative assessment. Hope you do agree with me. Now, in my clock, the time is 2:58. I'll just go to the screen of the participants list. Oh, good. There are 64 members. I just would like to okay. I just would like to know from the participants that till now, how do you feel? Are you with me? Because we are connected remotely. Are you all with me? I am looking at your chat box. I think you can also see, because I am sharing my entire screen. So, yes. Thank you. This is how I see in my class also. You know, when I put a question, there are some people, they really encourage us to go further. You know, immediately. Yes, sir, we got it. Yes, we don't get it. Something like that. You know, if that is there, you know, online class, you know, we go just like that. Yeah, thank you. I think I got quite a handful of responses. Right. Now, here, from now onwards, Binodini ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Do you have any plan of break?
Yes, sir, we can take, sir. If you wish, we can have break, sir.
No. As per your schedule, do you have?
It depends on the speaker, sir.
No. I don't want to take.
Yes, sir. If the participants are ready to continue, we can continue, sir. We can check with the.
What is your closing time, ma'am? 4 o'clock or 4:30?
4:30, sir.
4:30. Okay, then it's good. Because
Yeah.
I have to give some hands-on also. Okay,
Okay.
let me get some response from the participants. Shall we go ahead? I hope you are not tired, you are not sleepy, because you must be knowing by this time, after attending the entire workshop, how bad it is to listen an online class continuously sitting at your house or home, right? So the same thing applicable for me also. Now I am your temporary teacher, and you are all listening to me, and if you follow me, I am very happy. All right, I think Mangai ma'am told me yes, fine, sir. So I hope others also will agree in continuing. Thank you. Break. Sanmu Sundaram. Sir, okay, if one student wants, like I am ready. Sir, how long you want? 4 minutes, because it is 3:01 in my clock. 5 minutes, or Madam Vinodini ma'am, you can suggest if you also, you are also happen to be a participant. So,
Yeah, sir. I wish we can continue, sir.
but there are some people asking, 5 minutes, he suggested.
Yeah,
So,
sir. Okay, then we
in
can
my
have 5
clock,
minutes.
ma'am, my clock, it is 3:02. Sharply, I will start by 3:07.
Yeah, sir. We can do that, sir.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Participants, we can have 5 minutes break, and let us join by 3:07.
Okay, welcome back to the session. Can you hear me, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Yeah. So, from now onwards, I'm just going to tell you some of the points related to formative assessment, and I'm going to show some techniques which you can use. I mean, you must be using a lot of good techniques, there is no doubt. As I told you at the starting, I'm going to tell my own experience. So, to move further, a little more technically, what is formative assessment? You know, formative assessment is a tool. Tools, the quizzes, assignments, and in-class questions and discussions teachers use to gauge or guide. That is very, very important. Look at that. It is to measure as well as guide their students' learning process. That is actually called formative assessment. That goes both ways. As teachers often uses the answer in their students' formative assessment tools to guide their lesson plans and lectures. You know, teacher uses like, you know, whether my course plan is proper or not. That is formative. And it is mainly for checking quality of learning. You know, it is not just the final outcome of your entire course. That is not formative assessment. It is just to test the quality of learning. Goals and objectives, outcomes and criteria, and explicit, it should be explicit and precise. See, when you define formative, what are you aiming at? That must be very clearly understandable. And feedback on the extent to which these goals and objectives were being met. That is very, very important. See, feedback, I mean, please listen. Now, many of the institutes have gone for NBA. So mostly you are into the process of, you know, checking each student's each questions and marks. We generally in the, you know, probably I remember like 2005, 6, 7 and all, we generally conduct a test for say 20 marks. Okay, you got, this particular boy got 15 marks out of 10, out after 20. But nowadays it's not like that. We are getting into the minor and micro details of the assessment. I mean, question number 5 of 3 marks has been answered by the entire class. Question number 6 of this particular assessment, which is of 2 marks, answered by only 50% of the class. You know, that makes your assessments kind of close to formative, because when you break your marks into pieces in terms of questions and look at a particular question which you would have thought, you know, if people could answer for the question number 6, it is very clear that they understood this entire concept. There are some questions, there are some beautiful questions that one particular question will, you know, completely assess the entire process of learning with respect to that particular concept. You know, that we already started doing. It's not new. But only thing is, the moment you see that, the moment you look at that response through their answer script, what is our further reactions? That is very, very important, right? And help students to learn. Students learn to self-assess their progress. I kept a star there. It is not help students. It is also helping the faculty to learn to self-assess their progress. How I am progressing, both students as well as faculty. And it's an ongoing and meaningful conversation between the teacher and students itself, a formative assessment. That's what I told you. You know, in a class we converse with the students or a group of students. How technically we converse, how technically they are asking questions. That makes the formative assessment. Active involvement of students in their own learning, in their own learning. Teacher responding to identified learning needs and strengths by modifying their teaching approaches. Look at that. This is the outcome of the feedback. Teacher responding to identified learning needs and strength by modifying their teaching approach. We may need to do. Sometimes, let us say, I am keep on explaining one concept. After teaching the concept, whenever I ask question, they are kind of confused or they are not able to answer properly. Okay, try for a simulation. Simulate that, animate that and show. Take them into lab if possible. There are some relevant experiments in the lab. Take them, explain them. I'm damn sure they will be in a position to answer your question in the next time very properly. Learner and learning oriented is formative assessment. Now let us come to this. Formats of formative assessment. What are the different formats? Generally, we can come across in various literature. You don't believe there are a lot of literatures coming up with respect to assessments, educational tools, lot. So I just came across these. One format of formative assessment is self-assessment. When you say self-assessment, let me tell you, teacher will post the assessment or teacher will assign the assessment and the evaluation is done by student themselves. We have an additional advantage is that even you can make that self reply to the student. Okay, what is that? That means, let us say you posted the question and you post the answer also in that, but don't make the answer to pop up when before they attempt. After their first attempt, you tell them, you make it automated that whether it is correct or wrong. Then they will self-assess. What they immediately do, if they frankly would like to learn, what they immediately try to do, they will try to see how it went wrong, where it went wrong. Then they have a provision to attempt again and get the correct answer. Then they will be really happy, as well as there is a lot of learning happens. So self-assessment is one type of formative assessment. But this assessment, through this assessment, we will not get any sort of you should not expect some sort of marks. Okay, first question, how many wrote correctly? What is the mark I can give? All that you should not expect. That is not a self-assessment process. Then peer assessment. It is like we generally do group tasks, group assessments, especially subjects like English, humanities levels of subject and management oriented subjects. This group discussions and group tasks generally popular, but for sure that can be equally taken for engineering and science courses also. I think many of you would have tried that in your class itself. And when it comes to peer assessment, it is not peer just discussion, it is peer assessment. So in a group of five people, you are given some tasks. What I do, I give a card. At the end of the particular assessment, I give one card or one sheet to evaluate their own peer. So there are two assessments I used to give in peer assessment. Number one, let their own group people assess their own students, and the other one is the entire class will assess the group. Say group 1, 5 students. Your entire class is 50 students. This 45 students will assess this 5 students, as well as this 5 students among them they will assess. This is an interesting process. I have tried out in online. It is also possible. You will see that. Concept mapping. Concept mapping is another form of formative assessment. See, you deliver a complex concept and ask them to bring an idea mapping, a drawing, a kind of, I think I think you would have experienced this, a concept mapping. That means you teach on complex concepts, say working principle of a transformer. First time for a learner, working principle of a transformer, working principle of a motor, construction of a transformer, construction of a motor looks a little tough. But when they started learning, they have to chalk out their points in a format. And that format will fetch you an outcome called concept mapping. How do they map, or how do they relate the concepts? That is an interesting task you can think of. Surveys. This we generally do. I mean, Google Form, Google platform is a what sort of survey? It should be a technical surveys. I will tell you, in my class, depends upon the subject. For an example, I used to teach power system protection and switchgear, where we talk about fuses, MCBs, and all that. Being at their home, last semester at the end, vague end, this pandemic moved us to, online, right? So I supposed to give one group task, or a surprise test to them, but I told them, now instead of having a surprise test, I am asking you to make a selfie video. In that selfie video, you should make a quick survey in your house. What are the different ratings of MCBs and fuses available? And you should be in a position to explain what it is, why it is. That is one thing. Second thing, I told them, any protective equipment you feel you can discuss and send me as a video. It was very fantastic. I will tell you, such an assessment, the duplication can be avoided. Duplication surely avoided, because see, I may be in a position to take the same apparatus. See, for an example, a student 1 takes a protection for mixer grinder. Student 2 also may take the same idea of protection of mixer grinder. Please remember, it is a selfie video making. They have to explain. They have to let them see. I will tell you, to explain that in a video, surely at least one time he would have got some input from his peer. I mean, his friend who made already the same video or similar video, he would have explained, well, good, that is fine. And practice quizzes. Practice quizzes, I think many of us do that every class end. Now I am using one tool. It is a mobile app. I'll just push 2 or 3 questions which they can access. It is a self-assessment. They can just access, they open, they answer. If they get that particular question, if they could not answer from that particular class, they'll come back to me and ask, sir, I tried, it is giving wrong answer, but what is the actual answer? Then I will say, this is the actual answer. Then they will ask, I tried this, why it is wrong? Okay, I will explain it, why it is wrong. And discussions online, e-groups. Now they started calling e-groups. Yeah, I mean virtual groups, that really helped. Now the question, I think people must be responding to me in the joinpd.com. You can answer. At the end of the slide, there is one button, answer question, answer now. I think one participant has already answered. He or she says, I tried quiz or case studies. Very good. The question is, I have given some examples like self-assessment, peer assessment, concept mapping, survey, practice quizzes, discussion online. I asked, anyone, have you tried? So there is an answer coming out like quiz and case study. Very good. Yeah, let me move on. Yeah, I think someone else also typing. Very good. There are people interacting. So you can type. I will wait for 1 minute. Quizzes, yes, yeah. I mean, generally we conduct quizzes. Very good, very good. Case studies is interesting task. And what else? Yes, case studies. Yeah, case studies. Case study discussion is important. Case studies shouldn't be a single person idea. Case study, let it be a group. You create an e-group or you create an e-group and better make them to discuss and come out with the outcome. And you ask them to, it's not just, I will tell you something. We generally make it so formal. We don't make it as so formal. You make it as kind of informal learning. See, this topic, this, the statement which I am telling now, it is becoming very famous. You know what's the term? Informal learning. Informal learning is already happening. Like, we are not doing a very formal learning, like come to a physical class, sit properly, teacher comes to you, he or she will teach you on blackboard or projection. So we already came out. Okay. So informal learning. I will tell you one important information. Among my friends, we were discussing yesterday or day before yesterday, I think. We were telling that even we resume back to our conventional class, I think we can use some of the tools which we have used during this online situation. So it is kind of good that making an informal learning happens. Okay, so it is very good. Surveys, people have conducted self-assessment, good, but can you tell me, whoever made a self-assessment as an answer, can you tell me what tool you use, what mode or what tool you use for self-assessment? I just take that answer, then I'll move on. I think surveys, case studies, quizzes, very common. I think tools can be, there are common tools. Okay, SWOT analysis. Okay, good. Oh, SWOT analysis templates. Very good, very good. I could understand now. Thank you. Thank you for the response. I think whoever is listening to this lecture can see the responses on the screen. Very good people are interacting with me. Right. So next, a few general guidelines. When you make any assessment, actually these guidelines are not just meant for formative, it is also meant for summative. Okay, this is a very important point. Generally we do it, unconsciously we do it, but my only submission or suggestion is that better check these terms when you take a question or when you make an assessment. Clarity. I could see in my earlier days of teaching, I could see generally people say, sir, that question has two meaning. The answer can be of this or that. Actually, that is one way. It is a good question. You know why? Because it triggers the mind to think in a different way. But it should not be a confusing one. Like the question itself, whether it is valid or not. You should not make that level of, kind of missing clarity in your assessment. And then precision. Precision is another important one. Why? Because I told you an example with respect to a resistance and two different resistance value. That is numerically how precise it is. And statement also must be very precise. Especially for formative assessment, it shouldn't be too elaborate. It shouldn't be too elaborative. You should not expect like an answer also in a lengthy answer. So it must be very precise in terms of your question as well as answer. Reliability. Sir, how come your reliability being a guideline? See, I should rely upon that question in terms of a technical matter. The content should not mislead or should not give some other idea about the concept I learned. The assessment you make or the question which you frame should not lead to another idea which may collapse my concept which I correctly learned. That is called reliability, as well as validity. Both are authenticity. How the synonyms of authenticity. Fairness. Fairness means a lot. I think you would have learned by this time the mix of question. The mix of question should be depend on how diverse your class is. You from the first very, very small formative assessment, for a less score, you could really understand how diverse your class is. From there onwards, the fairness of questions and the fairness of assessment should be checked. Relevance, breadth, and depth, logic. And these are all some of the things. What I suggest is, it need not be the question paper, it need not be on the question paper which you are planning to set. I would suggest you take your own question paper which you set for the last semester or last year of examinations or assessment, do an evaluation. Evaluate your question paper on these aspects. Give the same question to your friend, your own colleague, ask them to evaluate. This is a very important point when you make an authenticated one. I think there is no doubt. I need not to show the slide even, because almost every faculty in India, not only Tamil Nadu, in India, were familiar with this terms, Bloom's taxonomy. Okay. Honestly speaking, I don't know whether I am telling it right or wrong. Please apply disclaimer here. I could see in some university, because I have gone for a question paper scrutiny. There, I could see questions taken on the right to left format. What is right to left format? They would like to compulsorily give one question on remember, understand, apply, analyze, evaluate, create. For that, they are hunting for questions. No, somehow I should take a question from remember. Somehow I should take question from understanding level. Apply level, I should find a question. Please remember, again, let me tell you, it is my personal experience and personal idea or suggestion that you go ahead with the one format which I told you at the starting. Take a paper. You know what is your content to be asked for this assessment. Chalk out the possible questions. Then you check all the individual questions very closely and try to assign whether it is coming under remember level or understand level or apply level, analyze, evaluate, or create level. Suppose if the proposition is not good, listen, if the proposition is not good, for an example, too many remember questions or there are no apply type questions. Okay, generally in basic level of courses, according to my understanding, to the possible go up to apply and analyze, not more than apply and analysis in the fundamental courses. So when you teach such course, you know how proportionate the proposition must be. So it is again my personal suggestion, this I experienced in my own question paper. My question paper came out very well in my own freedom of thinking. When I start taking question and try to look for this question comes under which category, okay, I don't leave there. That's a very important point. Suppose if I see too many understanding level questions, or none of the question comes under remember or apply, then I would strike out some of the questions which are only an understanding level. I will try to reframe the same or similar questions which will lift that level to apply or lift down the level to remember. Do that. Try that. I think, I do not know, I have seen this in some of the university. Even I spoke to some of the teachers in the same university. They were telling that, we have to do this way. No, I'm sorry to say that. Better do the way I suggest. You try once, it will give you a very, very interesting output. Your questions or assessment will go very beautifully. Students will like your assessment. See, I will tell you, there is something called tough question paper. People generally, it is a jargon used by the students as well as faculty sometimes, but I don't generally believe on that jargons. Very tough question paper, very easy question paper. That's all, these two levels. In between, for past 6-7 years, I hear from my students, sir, it is interesting questions. The questions are interesting. You know, I started realizing that people were telling me that, sir, it is tough, sir. You know, we are unable to crack it. But recently people started telling, sir, it is interesting, sir. That's all. See, then comes how they did, whether they will be able to score or not. I am telling about that. The interesting level of question will make your students to come to your class, listen to you, make your, without fail, they will attend your assessment. This is my experience. As well as if you, that interesting level questions will come if you have freedom to do set your questions. Freedom in terms of not listing, I should take remember question 5, I should take understanding question 5, apply question 2. No. You write your own questions. Then according to the requirement from your university, try to fine tune the questions what you are trying to ask. That's my point. Okay, I hope it is clear. Now I think I asked a question. I mean, in your course, you know, what level you went? Apply, analyze, evaluate, create. Yeah, I think there are 4 responses. Now you can answer. I mean, the question is this: what level you went in your course? Well, it may be a fundamental course. It may be a kind of application-based course. It may be an elective course which are very recently introduced. That matters a lot. What type of course it is, what level of course it is, it will decide directly or indirectly which level I should go. Very good. Thank you for the responses. You know, I hope you are enjoying the interactive slides. Thank you. So what I could say that is better try to follow such a mode of setting assessments. Okay. Now this terms, okay, I will not touch too much. These are all some terms which I would like to highlight, not in too detail. A good assessment would be, it should align to the objectives, there is no doubt. Well-defined criteria and standards, it is, yeah, very important. Authentic and holistic task. You know, you should not randomly ask some question just to make your question, you know, check my question, chase my question. Not required. It must be to the level of authentic and holistic. Promote self-direction. Please make a note of this. Promote self-direction. That means the question should drive, the assessment should drive themselves. And sufficient and timely formative feedback, balanced tension between workload and time. Very, very important. The last statement is applicable for both students and faculty. Okay. And I think I gave you an example of this tasting rasam, how frequent. Okay, balanced tension between workload and time. That workload includes forming an assessment, evaluating an assessment, taking class, lot more, right? Right. Okay, now let us come to some interesting stuff. I do not know how many of you came across this book. Okay, Thomas A. Anglo and Patricia Cross. They wrote a book on classroom assessment techniques, a handbook for college teachers. I think it runs for 300 and odd pages. Okay, I have a soft copy of this. Those who like, I will surely share. You know, honestly speaking, by 2014, I remember when we started this flexible assessment at NIT, flexible curriculum at NIT, we were all our own. We were all on our own. That means I decided for my course what should be done, what sort of assessment fits. And my friend decided, you know, in my course, this will fit. For an example, one of my friend takes digital system design, digital circuits, digital logic. You know, he brought the digital circuits, breadboards and LEDs and batteries into the class. All 70 people owned their own digital, box. When he teach a logic, let us say he does a combinational logic diagram example, they will solve in paper. Parallelly, what they do, inside the classroom, I'm not talking about lab. Inside the classroom, they'll cook up the circuit in the breadboard, and they show the answer. Evaluation is done. One assignment or internal class assessment got over. You are individual. You are on your own. This is a question. Solve that by yourself. If you understood, solve it and make your connection ready on your breadboard. Show it and leave the class. That's all. No laboratory. So we started running our show our own way. Meanwhile, when I was searching through online, okay, is there any formal techniques available in internet? Then I came to know this book, Classroom Assessment Techniques. It is a very well-written book, but it is really hard to read. Too many pages. I took some glimpse of that book, and I'm trying to project the mix of what I understood from the book as well as what we did. Okay, it is called CAT. That means Classroom Assessment Techniques. He says, Thomas says that you have to first plan, implement, and respond. These are the 3 stages he stressed throughout his book. Plan any classroom assessment techniques. There must be a plan, and you should implement, and you should respond to the class assessment. Respond to the students. Okay, that is very, very important. What he said. This is not from the book. This is what we generally do in a classroom assessment. Classroom assessment techniques are one of the effective formative assessment. Okay, plan. Okay, your plan can be instantaneous. I do not know. Many of us, almost all of us, would have experienced. We teach something, all of a sudden you'll ask question without any intention. Please remember, we would have not planned in your mind itself. On spot, some question will rise. Okay, after seeing this, can you think of something else? Or let us say I have drawn one inverter like this. If I modify this, what will I get? These are all not planned questions. Okay, that even called as a formative assessment under classroom assessment technique. Just before the class, just before the class, you must be preparing for your class. Immediately you thought of, okay, let me prepare these 2 questions and ask. That is just before the class and while making course plan. I recently met one person from Canada through online. What he is telling? He told an interesting thing. I think many of us started doing due to some indirect force from the higher officials. But he told that when you prepare course plan, you should at least own some set of assessments with you with marks, some assessments. What he says is, when you are planning your course plan, if you could make some good assessments ready, that will make your classes more concise, precise, and clear. Because my internal target is already fixed. It's not about, there is some, hairline difference. You have to be very careful. It is not about, like, I set some 10 questions. I have to teach for that 10 questions. No. Please don't misinterpret that way. What I'm telling, plan the questions by your experience. If you are already taken one set of batch, your second time going to handle a subject, then you must be having some internal thinking. This sort of questions shall be remodified, or the mode in which it is conducted can be changed. Frame that and keep it ready. Once you have that and you start write your course plan, people told, even I tried this time, it was more comfortable as well as it was more pleasant in the class. So this is another important point to remember. That comes under a category of planning. Next, how do you, execute? How do you do it? Okay, for an example, classroom assessment technique implementation, instantaneous, a quick survey, hand raising. I just asked in my session, okay, are you all with me? Yes, people said yes, yes, yes. When it comes to online, you can use polling. Okay, polling, I do not know how many of you very familiar with this. I think many people told no. So let me show you one polling way. Okay, I think you can see my screen. Madam, can you see my, I'm opening a PowerPoint.
Yes, sir, it is visible.
Right, thank you. So you can see a blank slide here, and you can see in my PowerPoint, there is an icon coming poll everywhere. Okay, in my PowerPoint, I think it will vary with respect to what MS Office you use, as well as you better try to have a login through MS, MS, I mean Microsoft login. Better have one login you can have. If you have that, you have a provision to add some add-ons. Okay, there is one thing you can see, poll everywhere. You can just click new activity. Okay, and that will ask you. You look at this. That will ask you. For an example, I'm just creating something called a cloud. Okay, I will show you. So I am going to PowerPoint, and in the PowerPoint I am just clicking on a poll everywhere, and that will ask you new one, and I am making that. So how do you okay, what is your opinion on this lecture? Okay, now just I'm creating the activity, save. Now I will tell you. Okay, now you just insert slide. Okay, in the same PowerPoint, it can be any PowerPoint. Now you see that one slide has been introduced. What is your opinion on this lecture? Now let us say I'm projecting that. I'm just projecting that to you. I'm going to slideshow. The moment I keep slideshow, okay, now I will ask you, okay, at least one or two can try. You can go to one tab. You can go to one tab, new tab, any browser you go, you take one fresh tab. Just type this pollev.com. I repeat, just type pollev.com. And immediately it will ask you for a passcode or username, some code it will ask. You type RAJAP201, Raja P201. I repeat, you go to, now I'm telling like, how can you do it in your class? I mean, when you are using a PowerPoint, you can embed this in your PowerPoint itself. When you embed, when you keep on presenting, when this slide comes, please listen, when this slide comes, you can ask your students to go to poll. Okay, let me also try, okay, for my own, because I do not know how many of you trying. pollev.com. Go there. That is polleverywhere.com. And if you go there, it will ask you username. Username is RAJAP201. 201. Join. Okay. I joined. Now I am entering response. Okay, it will ask you what is your opinion on this lecture. I'm just writing. Okay, for my own sake, let me write good. I'm submitting. Okay, already one nice came. I typed good. Someone typed nice. Okay, so like that, yeah, commendable, highly commendable. You look at that, good. See, It is called word cloud. It is called word cloud. Okay, interesting, excellent. Can you see that? So if your students start, now it is anonymous. Please remember, it is anonymous. If it is anonymous, people will really interact. I am telling you very sure that you would have seen in physical class also. You know, I am telling you, you can expect a lot of good comments. Even people will scold you. Okay, luckily I am not getting any scolding here. Even sometimes they'll scold you, sir, please stop the lecture. They may say even. No, what I am telling, it is a kind of way, and it is one of the simplest way you can try. I think when I asked Google form, I kept this poll everywhere also. Out of 68, 4 people told me no. Good that they know. So rest of the people, probably this may be useful. If you want, I can tell you one more time that you just take a version and everything. I will tell you. Okay, I am having a PowerPoint. Open that, and there is, if this icon is not coming, there is a provision to add that. Okay, you have to go for wait, view, not view. See, for me it has come automatically. Okay, when I open, probably I will update you. Okay, how to do that. So what I am suggesting is, if it is not there, I will send you a link how to install a poll everywhere, or how to add poll everywhere. And this is one of the simplest way, because in online mode, many times we started using PowerPoints for the sake of explaining. So in between, you would like to have a quick response for any question. It can be technical, it can be non-technical. It is an interesting method. One interesting method I came across. Okay, and let us come to just before the class. Just before the class, you can think of a minute paper. I will explain what is a minute paper. While making course plan, you can think of some simple set of questions. That's what I explain now. Okay. Next, from the cat, okay, from the book. Now what I am writing, what you are seeing on the screen, these are all from the book, the one which I came across. I told, right? See, classroom assessment technique books. There is something called Knowledge Pro, misconception, conception, and preconception check, concept mapping, minute paper, muddiest point, pro con grid, one sentence summary, student generated questions. I will tell you, these are the jargons which I came across through that book. But honestly, I have used a few of them. One is the minute paper I used, muddiest point I used, student generated question I used, knowledge probe I used. Okay, the rest I have to use. Okay, but let me tell you how it would work. Probably in some time I will tell you. And classroom opinion poll. Okay, opinion poll can be through your chat box or whatever I am using now. Okay, actually what I am using now is called peer deck. I will show you at the end how to make peer deck, how interactive slides can be made, and a discussion board. This is an interesting one. I will show you one example for that also. Learning and reflective journals. Okay, this I have not tried, but I can give you an idea. Practice quizzes. So, knowledge probe, misconception and preconception check, concept mapping, minute paper, muddiest point, pro con grid, one sentence summary, student generated questions, classroom opinion poll, discussion board, learning. I'll tell you, these are some of the techniques which I could find little suitable for engineering and science studies. Okay, right. Yeah, this I told you. I mean, knowledge probe, misconception as preconception check. Knowledge probe is nothing but what I did. I floated a Google form before I come to this session, and I could understand that poll everywhere, only 4 people know. Google Forms, 62 people are using. Kahoot, 14 people are using. These are some idea. I'm giving an example from what I did itself. A knowledge probe is nothing but, you would like to have some prior idea. What I used to give is, at the day 1 class, I should give a small exercise sheet, which are going to be the prerequisite for the particular course. That is called knowledge probe. One example of knowledge probe. But the knowledge probe can be done even in between the course also. Okay, and give situation analysis. That is also one of the important one. Situation analysis, like, I think people told case studies, that is nothing but situation analysis. Situation analysis, people generally think that it is not possible or feasible in many of the technical courses. Only humanities and management studies they can do. But honestly speaking, that is possible in all the courses, provided how good you can think about your course, how deep you are good at your course. That is very important. And concept mapping. Okay. This is another technique. Concept mapping is, I think many of you would have heard a term called mind map. Okay, that is an interesting one, mind map. That means generally teachers use that as a tool. But in my opinion, that can be asked, that can be floated as an assessment for students. You teach one concept, ask them to create one concept map, or ask them to make one flow diagram. Let them make their own mind map. Let them make their own conceptual map. Okay, I will show you one example. Right now, if you look at in online, there are a lot of famous soft tools available. Okay, mind map, it is not listed. Free mind is a very good software which I use, but it's not shown here. Okay, but you can try any one of this. Please try to understand these tools are, you can see whether they are free or not. It is free. Many are free. It is open source. Okay, and once you start installing and start practicing yourself, you'll get some idea how to use that tool for your class. Okay, I will show you one quick example on the last one, 7th one, MindMeister. Okay, see, let me take you to my drive. Okay, can you see my drive? I'm going to tell you a tool which can be used for mind mapping, that can be used for your assessment also. Madam, can you see my
yes sir, it is visible sir.
Yes. So what I suggest, okay, I do not know, let me see in the chat box, how many of you are using Google Doc? I'm not talking about Word document. In Google Doc is there, Google Sheet is there, Google Slide is there. Okay, I think many of, okay, what I am using right now is Google Slides. Okay, very good. Using all, excellent. Thank you. So, if you go to your drive, when you make new, you know how to make Google Doc. Just make a blank document. Just make a blank document. Okay, and I do not know how many of you experienced this. When you make a blank document, you will get some similar items on the top. Apart from that, you can see something called add-ons. Okay, click on add-ons. You can go to get add-ons. Please listen to me. Add-ons. Get add-ons. And if you go to get add-ons, it will fetch you all the possible add-ons related to, let me tell you, all the possible add-ons related to Word doc. I mean, the Google Doc will appear. You can see there is something called Lucid's chart that you can use. But I am using this one. MindMeister. Mind map is there. MindMeister. MindMeister, if you click, okay, it will give you an icon like this, and it is very similar to how we install an app in our through our Google Play Store. You know how to install app through Google Play Store. Similar way, go to add-on, search for MindMeister, just click on I already installed, and it will ask you some procedure. You do that. Once you do that, if you open a new untitled document, go to add-on, there will be a MindMeister available here, and insert a mind map. Okay, it says no item selected, so you cannot make a mind map. So what you have to do, please listen carefully. You make a fresh document, just start type this. I wanted to make classification of DC machines. This is what I want to make it as a mind map. So what you do, use bullets. Okay, use bullets. You can take bullet here. Yes, bullet has come here. So just make DC generator. Enter. Tab. Under DC generator, we have self-excited, separately excited. First, let me write separately excited. Separately excited. Self-excited. Motor. Actually, let me tell you, in self-excited, we have shunt, series, it goes on. For time, for the sake of timing, I am just reducing the list. Okay, next you come back, shift tab, it will take you here. DC motor. Now DC motor. These tabs are very important. Again, there also I have separately excited. But I won't call that a self-excited. I will straight away call shunt, series, shunt motor, series motor, separately excited. After making this, you make a list like this. Please look at me what I am doing. Just select all till DC generator. You select all, then go to add-ons, go to MindMeister. Now insert as mind map. Insert as mind map. Okay, it is working. Yes, you look at that. You get a diagram. DC generator. Okay, actually here motor and generator are not properly assigned. Okay, it should be given as a separate title. If you do it properly, it will come correctly. DC generator will come, DC motor will come, and under DC generator you have separately excited, self-excited. Self-excited has got shunt, and under DC motor you have shunt and separately. You look at that. I have not made any effort to make such diagram. I have not made. I just typed whatever the terminologies I know in a proper order. In an order, I just typed. Then what I did, I selected. I just probably let me include this also. Classification of DC machines. I just selected everything. Into add-on, MindMeister, insert the map. That's all. I am not drawing anything here. So it will fetch you the map automatically. Now I generally use this for two purposes. One is for explaining concepts in my class. The other one, I introduce this and I just ask them to prepare similar thing for a given topic. Various topic can be given, or they can choose their own topic. What is the advantage is you can just save this. Okay, I think you know what all possible in document. What they can do is just they can share this. Just they can share this to me, then automatically that will come to me. I can evaluate. They need not to, separately download, mail me, nothing. If they share their link, I will get. I can, after they share, here itself I can have a comment. Like I can comment like, good, very good, or I can give feedback. All that I can do. Okay. I am just telling you one tool which I came across. I am never quoting that this is the best tool ever. There may be very, very good tool. For an example, there is another tool. Okay, there is another tool which you can experience, that free mind software. One butterfly symbol will come. You look at this. This is also a very interesting thing, but you have to install this. You have to install this separately. But the advantage of using Google Drive with the Google Doc is that you need not go for any installation. It will straight away come to you. Okay. But this free mind also you can note down, and especially for science, humanities, engineering too, you can really think of making beautiful diagrams for your own class, as well as you can give this as one assessment too. There is no doubt. Especially for online, it helps us a lot. So this is one type of assessment. So we made one, we tried one, MindMeister. Then minute paper I tried. Every semester I give this, but it is generally I use it for surprise test. In surprise test, what generally you need not prepare a question and go. These two questions will serve. What was the most important thing you learned during this class? What important question remains unanswered? These questions you ask. Let them write not more than, say you limit their number of lines to be returned as five lines. What was the most important thing you learned during this class? It can be a bullet points. It can be a, it can be a paragraph, or what important question remains unanswered. That means they are not clear, or not, you have not told about that. Okay, that that makes clarity on two things for us. Number one, how good they are into the class, how good they listen to you, as well as that will give you lot of doubts for us also, like where I have to pitch more in my next class, which topic I should spell out little more. All that probably I'll get to know. Along with this can be an assessment. Please remember, this can be an assessment, but don't ever forget the example of tasting rasam. Please don't forget that. Next question is next tool I used. Actually, this tool I used before I come across that book. Okay, student generated questions. You can look at one sample I gave from my class. Okay, see what I asked them is only this thing. That means you should frame only questions. Please remember, you should frame only questions. How many that you can limit. Don't go for many questions. Go for 2 questions, 4 questions, not more than 10 questions. So it is spontaneous. Please remember, on spot, you are asking them to write 2 questions. And the question must not be, or shouldn't be, explain, describe, draw and explain, nothing. You look at one of the question here. Why is efficiency of motor and generator for same machine? I mean, they are differ. Why is the efficiency of motor and generator differ for the same machine, for same load? Why is the shunt motor called constant speed motor, and why is series motor called high starting torque motor? Look at that. These are the questions generated by the student on spot. On spot, we have not given any time. And you look at the red marking, red marking, it is a peer evaluation. I circulate these sheets among them and ask them to evaluate the strength of the question. Ask them to evaluate the strength of the question, how good the question is. It is not about asking them to find right answer for that. I ask them to just evaluate the strength of the question. You can see 10 mark given, 8 mark given, 9 mark given. Okay, this is, I will tell you, this is one good classroom assessment technique. As well, it will make you to understand your class perfectly. If many could answer, bring out good questions. As a teacher, we know how difficult it is to generate a very interesting question paper. We know how long we will take, how much time we take to set such question paper. But we are giving very limited time. If they could produce good questions out of that, that means they understood the concept. If they do not know ABCD of that particular concept you taught, 100% no one can generate a question. Very true. This is my experience. After turning back to online, I made the similar thing as a surprise one. You can see my screen that it can be a Google form, but I am using MS Teams. MS Teams also there is a possibility of assignment and assessment. You can see here, frame a question on a topic which you have understood well. You can see with roll number, name. I could see questions here. I could see lot of questions. Each and every person wrote a question. Can DC be applied to a transformer? Okay. Will it be useful if we laminate the transformer core like overlapping rings of an onion? Explain the reason. You look at the question. This is not my questions. These are generated by students. And I asked them to do another one. Frame a question on a topic which you have doubts. I'm not sure. I'm not very clear. Make that as a question. Why can't we have an electromagnet in the rotor? Why we should have? You can see. What does a negative voltage regulation indicate for for the voltage at output? What is the meaning of that? I don't get it. That's what he says. Ultimately, what we have done after that is we have evaluated the question. I am not showing that evaluation here because it is there in some other sheet. We have evaluated a blind evaluation. It has been circulated among various, among the students. They are asked to just spend some time to evaluate the question. They gave very reasonably, highly judged way of, reply. They gave good weightage to the good question. They gave low weightage to, kind of average questions. I was really, I got surprised to see such a wonderful response from both the sides. That means generating questions as well as evaluating questions. The another idea behind this concept of student-generated questions is that they should think. That is one thing. Then, when someone is asked to evaluate, the person who's not, those who have not seen such question early, they will have a temptation to answer this question also. What could be the answer? Correct? So what I did when they were, 3 years back, the same thing I did. Collected students generated question. I did another important job. After I picked up some mix of questions, I selected some 30 questions. I posted the 30 questions to students back. You will be having an assessment in next week out of these 30 questions. 10 questions I will ask out of these 30 questions. Be ready with the answer. What had happened? I still have one mail from my student. Sir, that is the first time we had a technical interaction in Facebook. Before WhatsApp. This has happened before WhatsApp. So they were telling, he mailed me stating that through our mail, through our messenger, people have started discussing technically because they do not know who made this question. So they found who made this question. They were asking, they tell me what is the answer for that. That boy was telling, that time sir told only to create good question. I never thought of what could be the answer for this. Then there was a group discussion. Hey, somehow find an answer. They found answer. My evaluation also became very easy because I know already those who have made the question, they could crack the answer properly also. And that was treated to be one of the good assessment. Even there were a lot of good feedback from the student. It was not like a very conventional thing, but you really made us to think. Before we go further, I just wanted to show one more thing, two more tools, okay, so that I could feel some completeness in my lecture. Right. Now coming to, this one, the student generated question, it helped me in another place. During lab Viva session, we generally have a lab with a batch of minimum 3, maximum 5. When I start posing questions from my side in the lab Viva, I made an interesting thing. What I told is, see, student 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, all 5, you take a piece of paper, write one question related to this experiment and keep it with you. Then what I said, okay, all questions are ready. Okay, now I collect those cheat they made by them. I pick one cheat and I ask, like, this is the question I asked. This is the question I have from one of your peer, one of your batchmate. Now answer. I told before that, I just tell them that, don't reveal who has made this question first. So the person who made the question will not answer. The rest of the people will try answering. And after some time, there will be a lot of discussion. Then they'll ask, who made this question. That fellow has to explain. So live Viva lab session I had, and a lot of interesting outcomes has happened. So please try out that. Even in online, it is possible. Coming to, group discussion board. I will show you on discussion board. Okay, probably it is called. I do not know how many of you know this. You can type something called padlet.com. I'll show you that first. It is called padlet.com. If you go there, it will ask you to sign in. I already made a sign in and made my Padlet ready. Okay, I will tell you, this is something like a wall. Okay, this page is like a wall on which anybody can post their sticky note. These are all something like a sticky note. This one is one sticky note. The other one is a sticky note. Look at that. You look at here. I made. Okay, for an example, you can insert a video even. Okay, what is a machine? Because I teach machines. What is a machine? I took an example, a video from 3 Idiots, like Nanban in Tamil, right? I think there in first class there was a question on what is machine. This is the first video I play in my class. In real class itself, I play this only. Now I posted that in my wall, and people started responding to that. Actually, this is a template I created, so you cannot see my students. These are all I prepared for one workshop. Okay, so here you can see stars are given, star rating. You can rate this, and I made one mind map using free mind. I made one map. Okay, if you click on DC machine, generator, motor, self-excited, all that will come. Then I made my own recorded video, one small recorded video that you can embed. Then I posted a question. Then I posted a Google form. So what you can do is you just make one wall. as a faculty, you make one wall. Wall you can name, for an example, electrical machines. And you have to tell your students that you make sticky note in this, whatever the idea you get on that. Then this wall will be available to everyone. Anybody can, even you can go and see my wall. Okay. The moment you see that wall, there will be a lot of sticky notes from various students. What the other student can do is they can comment or rate. Okay, you rate. Okay, I will give 5-star rating. I give 3-star rating. All that I can do. Now, what I announce at the end of the class, end of the entire semester, whichever the post got highest star, they will be awarded in terms of mark as well as in terms of some gift. I used to give gift. Okay, so this is possible, very much possible, especially during online mode. This I tried even in, I tried in offline. Okay, online it will work very perfectly. It is called padlet.com. You can even type this. That means padlet.com/Janagiraja/machines. You will be seeing my wall. So that is self-explanatory. I have to log in. After that, you can see here one plus symbol. Okay, you just make a plus. It will give you. You see here, you can see one title. Okay, for an example, DC generator. You can just make it. That's all. Generator. You can write something. A classification. You can upload your video, your file, or you want some link to be attached. You want some photo to be attached. You want film to attach. Just voice, just a screen or some drawing. If you go to drawing, it will take you to a board, whiteboard. You can draw anything. You draw something and just save. Okay, saving your drawing, and the drawing will appear here. You look at here, the drawing will come here. Now, this is my sticky note. What others will come and do here is this is good. They will rate. This is one peer group discussion board, group learning, group evaluation, individual evaluation. This is one tool. Again, it is not only the tool. Okay, I have some more tool, but I'm just telling you some glimpse, right? And probably we have 15 more minutes. I will show you one different as well as one good self-assessment tool that is called Hot Potatoes. Okay, the link is available. If you want to, there is just 10 more minutes available. If you still want to try out, you can feed this in your tab, hotpot.uvic.ca. Okay, and that will take you to an installation file. You can install. Don't worry, you can install it later. But I will demonstrate you only 2 tools in Hot Potatoes. Hot Potatoes, I think you can see my screen. In the screen, this is what it appears when you when you open Hot Potatoes. I think there are 4 response, 2 response I got. They used Hot Potatoes. I think many of the participants are new to this. So if you move here, you can see there is a J clues, J match, J cross, J mix, J quiz. Okay, I will try to do 2 things. Rest you can learn, or if you want, I can send you some links also. You can find it in YouTube also. But I just wanted to highlight the beauty of this soft tool, okay, called Hot Potatoes. First, let me take you to J match. Okay, J match. If you click on that, it will take you to another window. It is self-explanatory. You yourself can do it. Look at this. I am just making DC machines. Just the title. Okay. Okay. Let me make it as something like magnetic circuits. That's all. I'm going to do match the following. Okay, that is called J match. Okay, for an example, MMF. Match is EMF. You just give correct match. Current, sorry, flux, current. Then reluctance, resistance. That's all. What it means is, like in magnetic circuit, okay, let me type magnetic circuit versus electric circuit. That is a title, so that they will understand very easily. Magnetic circuit versus electric circuit. So left side terms are magnetic circuit terms, right side terms are electric circuit terms. That's all. You type this. Then you can see one symbol here, like export to web page. Export to web page. You just click that. It will ask you to save. Okay, I'm just saving as a HTML file. .html. It is a HTML file. You just save. Okay, and you can view this now. You can look at here. View the exercise in the browser. Okay. Okay. So here, match the following. This comes as a format like what is equivalent in electric circuit. Okay. Let me write EMF. Let me wrongly write resistance. Let me write current. Now you just make check. Look at that. Your score is 33%. Sorry, try again. Incorrect matches have been removed. Incorrect matches have been removed. Look at that. EMF is correct. I made one attempt. EMF is correct. You need not to get confused. So obviously with the 2 left out, you can easily find out. But you can make little more. Then you can easily find the answer. Now you check. Okay, your score is 66. Correct. Well done. See, I will tell you, as I told you at the starting, there are tools which we have to use for self-assessment regularly. This is one such tool. But the effort, you look at the effort we have to make, it is very simple actually. What I did, I just opened, okay, let me open again. I just one second. Yeah. Okay, that need not be saved. Okay. You look at here. I just made hot potatoes installation, and then I went to JMatch, and you know what you would like to match. So you type the title perfectly and list out the correct answer. Please remember, when you type here flux, the corresponding answer should be current. Current. That is very important. Okay, current. Sorry, flux. Correct. This is correct answers. Software will modify as a jumbled one. So MMF, EMF, reluctance, resistance. Sorry, resistance. Okay. Now let me try here. MC, save. Yes. View in browser. Here you look at that. This will give you a different format. Now you have to drag and map. For an example, flux is current. I have to drag it properly. Current. Resistance. Reluctance, resistance. EMF, MMF. You look at that. Now you check. Yes, your score is 100%. Correct. Well done. Okay. So that's it. See, when a student does wrongly, it will guide and make him to correct himself. There is a learning happen. That is a very important point with respect to hot potatoes tools. Like I will close with one more interesting tool in hot potatoes, JCross. I think you can try out very easily. Please follow me. You can try, you can see the procedures later also in the YouTube links. Okay, but it is an interesting tool. You know what is this? It will give you a crossword assessment. You can use it two way. One, you can use it in online, or if it is an offline class, you can generate crossword, make a printout, give it as a surprise test. But look at here what I am going to do. Okay, so first what you have to do is you have to just not here, just 1 second. Yeah, you have to make your grid. Okay, please listen. You have to just make a grid, create grid layout, and listen carefully. Madam Vinodini ma'am.
Yeah, sir.
Whether audience has provision to unmute?
Yeah, sir, they can.
Okay. Now, since you unmuted first, I asked you to unmute. Can you tell me one word which is related to your domain? One technical word. Just tell me one word.
Optical communication, sir.
One single word.
Single word. Electronics.
Okay, electronics. Okay, like that, I want some other participants to tell some single word terminologies. Anything. It can be non-technical also. Can I expect some answer, please?
Safety.
Safety.
Vibration.
Vibration. No, you can think of coffee, tea, all that also. Some other corona, anything you want to, you just tell me the words. But single word. Sir?
Potatoes.
Expected. Okay.
Cricket.
Potato.
Emotional.
Emotional. Very good. Emotional. Okay. Next. One or two?
Capital.
Capital. Very good.
Capital.
I wrote, ma'am.
Ethics.
Happy. Happy. Very good, sir. At the end. Next, sir. One more. Last. Some word.
End.
Excellent. End. Okay. After typing these words, okay, you just make a grid. You can see it creates a grid by itself. Look at that. Crosswords are created by itself. Now we have to make this as a question. For that, now only I am going to give you a challenging task. Add clues. Okay. Who told electronics? Can you unmute?
Yes, sir.
Madam, can you give me a question or a clue for our electronics? That means we know crosswords, right? To make electronics an answer, what would be the question you give?
Mobile phone.
Mobile
It is an electronic device, sir.
Correct, ma'am. But it is only electronics. Your clue must be very precise.
Okay.
Shall I try something like this? It is a branch of study related to electron dynamics.
Yeah, sir.
Branch of
Someone
study.
has also posted as a branch that deals with current.
Oh, very good. I didn't see that, madam. Very good. I will write that. Branch that deals with the current. Okay, but it can be electrical also. Let me write deals with the dynamics of electron. Okay, good. Who told capital? Select that word and type your clue.
I am.
Madam, can you tell me one clue for that?
Element of column.
Madam? Measurement of?
Which is the element of column.
Oh,
Element of column.
Element of
Column.
Column. Okay. Very good. Next, who told end? Someone told at the end. Sir?
Sir, I said two. First one is safety.
Okay, first you tell me for end, sir. I will write for that.
Freedom from danger. We can use.
Freedom from
danger.
No, are you telling for safety?
Yes, sir.
No, I am asking for end.
1 second, sir.
I want a clue for end.
All's well that end, that dash.
Okay. All's
well that dash.
All is well.
Yes.
Okay, dash. Okay, all is well at the dash, correct? Shall I put it like that? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Very good, very good. Thank you. Next, potato. Who told potato? Someone told potato.
This is Mangai, sir. Children's favorite dish or children's favorite snack.
Okay, very good. Favorite dish of children. Okay, very good. Then what else? Vibration. Who told vibration? Someone told vibration. Hello? Hello? Is there any problem?
No, sir.
We can use shaky motion likewise.
Shaking
motion.
Very good. That is for vibration. Oh, it went wrong. Wait. Emotional, can you tell me? Okay, let me type vibration, shaking motion. Okay. Emotional, who told? Can you tell me one clue? Farewell. I will write farewell.
Showing strong meaning, strong feeling.
Okay, very good. Showing strong feeling. Excellent. Very good. Then safety, sir. You can tell me now. Freedom from
danger or condition of being safe.
Freedom from danger. Let me make that.
Danger. Yeah.
Happy. Who told happy? Happy. Any clue? Celebration makes us happy.
For happy we can have, sir. Everybody likes
cheerful, sir.
To be dash.
Cheerful.
Okay. Cheerful. Very good. Cheerful. Okay. But better, when you make for your subject, better make clues as statement, not again one single word. Okay, good. So now you look at that. I said okay. So we made our grid ready. We made clues ready. Now you go here, export to, let us say, crossword, save, yes, and view the browser. You look at here. It will make you and give you a very beautiful crossword puzzle by itself. Okay, now how to answer? Very simple. You click on one. See, it is asking question. Can you see? Now I think you can answer. Shaking motion, it is asking. What is it? Vibration, correct? Vibration. Enter. Vibration is filled. Next, you click on 2. Showing strong feeling. Emotional. Enter. See, emotional is filled. Again, in second, we have one more thing. Branch that deals with dynamics of electronics. Enter. Electronics is filled. 3. Freedom from danger. Safety. Enter. Okay. Let us try one wrong one. Element of column. Let me write something like row. Simply. Enter. Okay. Now you make a check. For sure, it is not filling in properly. So you are making mistake. That it's a clear. So let us make element of column as what was
capital.
Capital. Okay, enter. Capital is fine. Now what is 5? 5 is all is well at the end. End is filled. 7th question is well, let me click on 7th one. Favorite dish for potato. That is over. 6th question is going to be cheerful, happy. Very good. That's it. Now look at this. Our effort. I didn't ask anything so critically and all. I asked you some words. We pooled some words and we started entering clues, and that gave us its own format of crossword. You can make any size, 20 by 20, 10 by 10 cross 10, 20 cross 20, 30 cross 30, any size you can make, and this can be printed. Okay, I will show you that also. This can be printed. Okay, when you download here, okay, you can save. After that, there is a possibility. Okay, this you can close it. There is a possibility file. Yeah, export for printing. Export for printing. Oh, sorry, some problem, but it will come. There is no problem. File, export for printing. Okay, but it will work. If I close it and open, surely it will work. It will give you a printable PDF. And after taking that, you can take multiple copies if you want, and you can circulate among your class students. Okay, and Hot Potatoes has another different tools also. This is another one. JClues is a very interesting one. You can try that. Okay, it is something. I will just one second. See, I'll just take one statement. Okay, you take any state from your textbook or your content. I made one statement. You look at here. This is for free mind. Free mind. I'm just making one statement. Then free mind. Okay, you just select that word. Just give a gap. Okay, and say okay. Is a free mind mapping application written in? You just select Java and make gap. That's all. You know, I will show you now. Now if you export that as HTML, okay, some name, let me say. Okay, and if you look at here, you please look at what is happening. It is giving a blank. Is a free mind mapping application written in space. So you can write free mind is a free mind mapping application written in Java. Check. Okay, it says one part is wrong. Okay, even I forgotten what is it. It is free mind. So you have to be careful. So delete this, return like free, capital M-I-N-D. Free mind, check now. Yeah, well done, you are correct. But you look at the score, 93% because you made one attempt wrong. Okay, so this is another gap filling exercise. You can take any paragraph from your book and just copy paste that paragraph and make what? Select the words which you want to make it as a gap, filling the blanks. But it is a very easy process because you need not to do a great work of thinking what to write and how to make. Okay, this is another interesting one which you can see in hot potatoes. Okay, actually I have another part in my presentation, but you know, that is about open book exam. That means summative assessment. And I have some suggestions I quoted. Probably it is a high time to close because I already crossed 10 more minutes. I close with this. I would rather have questions that cannot be answered than answers that cannot be questioned. You know, there are some videos on Feynman. You can look at in YouTube. He is a very interesting man. There are a lot of feedbacks on him also, but this statement I like very much. This is actually true. I would rather have questions that cannot be answered than answers that cannot be questioned. You know, in just to close with one example, one of the interview, one interviewer asked him, you know, take two magnets and bring close. Sometimes they repel, sometimes they attract. Why? The question is why. He is giving 7 minutes explanation, and that explanation finally doesn't give any answer like why it is like that. Rather, he explains this one. I have an answer. What answer I have? Opposite poles attracts each other. Same pole repels each other. I have an answer for that. But when I try to ask that as a question, it is becoming very difficult. Yeah, a physicist can explain that. A deep physicist, a physics person may explain that answer, even technically very high. But for a common man, it is a very difficult question. That's what my personal opinion again. Thank you all. And I am very sorry that my planning of I am trying out such an lecture online first time. So honestly speaking, I couldn't plan very well with respect to timing. So I could not completely present everything to you. But whatever I presented, if you could carry at least 1% out of what I presented, I would really feel happy about it. I think there is one question. Now, how do you rate this lecture? Just for fun I made. And there will be a bar available. You can drag the bar. Those who are still online, if you drag the bar, it will give you visible answer. But anyway, I think it is right time to close because you must be tired by this time. And I sincerely thank Madam. Sorry, 1 second. Madam, thank you, and thank you for the opportunity. And I do not know how far I went in detail or how far I did. Probably participants may give your feedback on the chat box. Yes. Thank you, Professor Shivaprakash. Thank you, Arna Devi, ma'am.
So we are collecting feedback from the participants, sir. Once it's complete, I'll share with you, so.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Okay.
So I stop presenting here.
Gratitude is not only the greatest of virtues, but the parent of all others. Finally, I would like to take this opportunity to place on record A hearty thanks to our distinguished chief guest, Dr. P. Raja, Associate Professor, Department of Electrical and Electronics Engineering, National Institute of Technology, Trichy, for his informative, energetic, and interactive session, which was so inspiring and motivating us to achieve great heights in future as an academician. I render my sincere gratitude for our management, principal, HOD, and all the faculty members who have been a backbone support in the success of this Day 4 AICTE sponsored 1-week short term training program. My heartfelt thanks to all the enthusiastic participants for joining this session, expecting the same for all the upcoming sessions. All the participants are requested to fill the feedback form given in the chat box. Thank you. Thank you again, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, sir.
I'm leaving. Thank you. Thank you all for good interaction, because especially there are some people continuously interacting with me. Thank you so much.
Thank you again, sir.